In a critical situation, who does a person turn to in their thoughts? And who do they get help from? Believers say that God helps everyone. Atheists think it is some kind of supreme intelligence. Mages are certain of the existence of both God and the devil. So, who is God? Where to find God? What is the difference between knowing God and believing in Him? In search of answers, people are left to their own doubts, but they still go both to church as well as to mages, just in case. Many atheist scientists in the process of scientific discovery have become the most devoted people to God. What irrefutable proof of God's existence have they found for their minds? Watch the 31st episode of the Kaleidoscope of Facts, Scientific Proofs of God's Existence. It's time to bring the truth back to people. Organized by participants of ALLATRA International Public Movement.
Hello dear viewers, welcome to the third episode of Kaleidoscope of Facts, Scientific Evidence for the Existence of God, Science of the Soul, in which we continue our research. Do you want to know God? Know yourself first. With this saying, centuries before psychology as a science emerged, the monk Evagrius Pontic expressed a profound truth about life. Today we will discuss the existence of God from the perspective of psychology and try to answer the following questions. How far has psychology progressed in its research on the human soul and what are the results? What are the most common questions people ask psychologists? We will discuss unusual cases from medical practice. Where is the human consciousness located? How can the science of the soul help mankind find an answer to the question, does God exist?
Greetings. Before we begin, let me remind you briefly of what we discussed in the previous parts of scientific evidence for the existence of God. In part first, we discussed the origin of the universe and life on Earth. In part 2, we watched the movie Element X, which dealt with the subject of ether and the use of free energy in the late 19th, early 20th century. Why isn't modern humanity utilizing this development now? How can the physics of ether prove the existence of God? Today our topic will be the science of the soul. At least once in our lives, each of us has asked the question, does God exist? Our international team took to the streets of Slovakia and Czech Republic and asked people what they thought about the existence of God and what discipline should deal with this question. Let's take a look.
Do you believe in the existence of God? I'm not entirely sure. Okay, what about you? I do believe in the existence of something, but to specify it as God, I don't think I would be so persistent. What about you? I also think there is something here, but I'm not sure it's God.
Yes, of course. Yes, definitely. I'm sure of it.
Yes, we believe. I believe.
Should scientists study this question?
I don't know. I don't know either, probably not. I think there are more important issues to deal with, since I'm an atheist, so for me, no.
I think they should. Certainly. I believe it's something to be concerned about. Perhaps, but only to the extent that it makes people think and doesn't disappoint them, which is to say, one should believe as little children believe, in a pure form, and digging into it a lot is probably not that important.
What science should study the existence of God?
I don't think so. In my opinion, everything around us is some kind of proof of God's existence. The world would not work the way it does without God. To my mind, I believe in evolution directed by God. I believe there is no need to study God. God proves Himself with everything around us.
So there are philosophical directions that deal with this, but they can't provide scientific evidence. So as an atheist, I would need some solid scientific evidence that could convince me of something. Philosophy? I agree for the most part. Certainly it could be broader because as far as God is concerned, they find Him supposedly in natural science. That is biology, botany, but also anatomy, and in that direction also mathematics, physics, but there is a broad spectrum. Philosophy, I think, fits. Religious studies. And is there anything else that could prove the existence of God? Something different from science? Probably some personal feeling. It depends on a person, on each individual. It's hard to say.
In my opinion, it's better for a person to see himself. A person needs to look at it with his own eyes. Nowadays, we need to pay more attention to this, to focus more on it. Open your eyes. Such is the consumer world anyway. There is a lot of evil around us. That's why people should think and come closer to God.
I think it is important for us to define what God is supposed to be for us. In what way should He function in this world, figure in this world, and then we can further discuss whether it is the spectrum of the Bible or rather faith and a different direction.
What would prove the existence of God?
Good question, but I don't know either. I don't know. For me, only material evidence is absolute, if only there would be some explicitly scientific, tangible evidence that is backed up by some kind of scientific study and proof. I just don't believe in such philosophical, spiritual things that cannot be proven.
A lot would change on this earth, especially people. Us. We would love each other if God came down. The whole world would change.
God exists, and so His existence is all the good things we have here. Mutual understanding, love, and relationships. So He exists, and He is already here. What could prove the existence of God? Death only, nothing else. What does a person lose by not believing in God? That is a difficult question. Maybe hope, to some extent, a hope that there will be something after death. I can't think of anything at the moment. In my opinion, it is like a Christian life that helps a person in difficult moments. If a person is a believer, he has his faith as a certain crutch, something to hold on to. When a person is an atheist like me, he does not have the spare useful thing, but at the same time, not being a believer, I cannot convince myself that I have it. So I think it's easier to be a believer at certain times.
I think that people who need some kind of soul support, whether they believe or not, still feel something, and it helps when the whole world doesn't.
A deeper meaning. A deeper meaning of existence, but it depends. It doesn't have to be God, it could be some higher meaning of life. For example, I believe in a higher meaning of life, because going to work, having a family, and dying is so one-sided. I think we should learn something in this life, and then take it into the next life, like reincarnation. That's what I personally believe in.
Everything, especially love, respect for others, everything. Because God accompanies us everywhere. Without God, we are nothing. It is beautiful when you are with God. Then you understand what it means. Everything. I can't even imagine it. Because even when I lose everything here in this world, I know one thing I won't lose, my very best friend, and that is God Himself.
We thank all participants for their honest answers. As we have seen, people today have different opinions on this issue. For some, the answer is obvious, for others it is not. Some need faith, some need direct scientific evidence and arguments. And yet this is one of the most important questions in our lives. After all, there are over 7 billion believers in the world today, and if so, the answer to it determines the meaning and purpose of life of all humanity.
Let's take a look at the hectic times we live in. In the 21st century, the age of technology, our priorities are still to provide for the basic needs of our bodies and comfort of our surroundings. This is not to say that we shouldn't do this. It suggests that we have actually stopped in our development as a civilization. After all, with today's technology, people's basic needs should have been covered a long time ago. The need for constant survival prevents us from taking the time and paying attention to more important issues, such as, what is the meaning of my life? Why am I in this world? Is there God?
We are also looking for answers to these questions in psychology, because psychology is a science of the soul, the human being, his inner world. What are the basic questions people ask when seeking help from a psychologist? Do specialists manage to help people deal with these questions? Let me introduce the respected psychotherapist and psychiatrist Diana Alleinik, who will talk in detail about how the science of the soul copes with the tasks at hand. Diana, the floor is yours.
Let's start with a question. Who or what should science serve? The answer would seem to be obvious. Science is supposed to serve people, to help them and lead to the knowledge of the truth. Let's see if psychology has fulfilled this task. The main request to psychologists is always about relationships. How to get along with other people or with yourself. And it is always a search for love. Because if there is love in a relationship, there is mutual understanding, support, respect and warmth, which also means the absence of problems and suffering. It is the absence of love in a person's life that leads them to consult a psychologist and psychotherapist or makes them a psychiatric patient. Someone may say, I'm not looking for love, I'm looking for happiness. But what is happiness? Happiness is when you are understood. Great happiness is when you are loved. Real happiness is when you love. Happiness is impossible without love. Is modern psychology able to lead a person to real happiness? If, as Sigmund Freud, one of its founders, claims, the intention that man should be happy is not in the plan of creation. And another statement of his, two motives underlie all our actions, the desire to become great and sexual attraction, meaning a person is nothing more than an animal. He's interested in power and sex. Then, what does psychology deal with? What do psychologists try to help people with in counseling? Everyone is fine with power and sex. It all works out. But what actually doesn't work out is to love each other, to be happy, and to understand what the meaning of life is. The search for answers to these questions always leads people to God. But many people try to find those answers in psychology. After all, psychology is a science which has taken the responsibility of answering the questions of who is a human being and what is the meaning of human life. The answers to these questions determine whether human life will be filled with love or suffering, and by what laws society will exist. These are two fundamental questions everything begins with. But the founders of psychology tell us, the moment a man questions the meaning and value of life, he is sick, since objectively neither has any existence. Just think about it. From a scientific perspective, we are simply animals, whose existence doesn't even have a meaning. Why do I keep quoting Freud? Because all methods of psychotherapy, all types of assistance in psychiatry are still based on these and similar ideas. The ideas that the human is an animal, the most evolved one. The meaning of a person's life is survival and the struggle for existence. That suffering is the norm, aggression is the norm. Whereas love is madness, animal passion, and the desire to possess the object of love. That is, to have power over the beloved one. And the loss of that power leads to suffering. Sounds familiar? And what did we get as a result? A society torn apart by an endless struggle for power. Wars with each other, both at the level of families and states. How the world's population has mental disorders, while the majority of people are still in an unsuccessful search for oneself and happiness. Can this be called the truth? And most importantly, do we agree with such a truth? It is interesting that psychology exists without any scientific evidence base. Over the past 150 years, psychology has turned into a vast collection of theories, concepts, hypotheses, and a huge number of methods. But what benefits has it brought to people's lives? Have we eradicated at least one mental disorder for humanity over the past 150 years by continuing to look for causes of mental disorders in the brain? On the contrary, the list of diseases is growing. The number of patients is growing exponentially. According to various sources, from 40 to 60% of the population in different countries suffer from mental disorders. It's at least half the population. All forecasts agree on an increase in the rise of mental illnesses tenfold. According to the World Health Organization, WHO, estimates this will have cost the global economy up to $16 trillion by 2030, which makes a fifth of global GDP. In other words, the fifth of the world's income will be spent on the issues with people's mental health. These are the conclusions in the Lancet Commission report of WHO, which included 28 leading mental health professionals. For comparison, in 2010, losses constituted about $2.5 trillion. According to one of the authors of the report, Vikram Patel, the number of mental disorders worldwide has increased dramatically over the past 25 years. True statistics on the mental state of the world's population are not publicly available, even for specialists. That's why we do not know the full extent of the catastrophe. But don't we see it? We have already normalized gender reassignment up to complete depersonalization in the form of undecided he and it, which means the rape of small children is now called a manifestation of love for them and a normal need of some individuals. For decades, depression and suicide have been one of the leading causes of death among teenagers and young people in developed countries, and the situation is getting worse year by year. We still lack the concept of a norm in psychology and psychiatry. A person's state can change from conditionally normal to pathological at any moment. Specialists know this very well, but cannot reliably predict this change.
Psychopathy has long been a variation of normality. Psychopathy is a lack of empathy and remorse, denial and disregard of social norms of morality. And this is a variation of normality. The topic of cannibalism is already being discussed freely, and not just somewhere, but in scientific circles. Many films and books are devoted to this topic. The most known and popular people on the planet openly popularize it. They are those who we look up to. How have we ended up with such horrific results? Let's turn to the history of psychology. How do the working hypotheses which guide psychologists and psychiatrists, and in which we try to find the answers to life's most significant questions, form and what are they based on? Everyone knows that the term psychology means the science of the soul. But does everyone know how and when psychology lost the soul? The starting point for the development of psychology as an independent science is considered to be the year 1879, when Wilhelm Wundt, German psychologist, physiologist and philosopher, opened the first experimental psychology laboratory at the University of Leipzig. 2 years later, the Institute for Experimental Psychology was established on the basis of this laboratory. According to Wundt's ideas, the focus of psychology lies in the subjective experience of individuals, which is attained through introspection, meaning self-observation. But who was doing this self-observation if Wundt excluded two basic concepts of self and the soul? Wundt declares psychology without a soul, since it is something that cannot be experimentally proven. He also believed that it is impossible to experimentally prove the existence of a certain self, which is the center, the basis for understanding who the person is. Thoughts exist, emotions and desires exist. We experience them, we can observe them. But how do we prove that there is someone who observes them? It's easier to say that he doesn't exist, which is what Wundt actually did. And for 2 generations, psychologists have tried to explain the integrity of the human being, aspirations and human behavior without postulating the self. In other words, no concept of who a human is was proposed. Back to self-observation. Self-observation implies observation of thoughts, emotions and desires that arise in a person, meaning the workings of consciousness. Who observes them? What happens if there is no self? Thoughts observe thoughts, emotions observe emotions. But the terrible thing is that no one openly objected to this obvious nonsense. On the contrary, a separate science began to develop on this basis. It was psychology without soul, or experimental psychology. One of the first theories of personality, which most branches of psychology and psychotherapy are still based on, was proposed by an Austrian psychiatrist and founder of psychoanalysis, Sigmund Freud. Freud's personality structure is based on an ancient concept. The ancient philosophers recognized the human soul and regarded it as the cause of life and knowledge. Democritus believed that both animals and humans have a soul, and it is what makes them move. Life is not the product of a divine act, it is the result of the coupling of wet and warm atoms. Animals originated from water and mud, humans descended from animals. Human beings belong to the most exceptional beings of all the animals. And this statement has remained up until the current days. Socrates believed that the soul is the principal difference between humans and all other beings. However, according to Socrates, the soul is the mind, it is a person's ability to be conscious and have cognitive processes. Thus, Socrates substituted the concept of the soul, endowing it with the qualities of intellect, in other words, consciousness. The soul, thanks to the efforts of Socrates, was endowed with the qualities of a temporary material world, which is ruled by Satan. And this was a very serious distortion, which was later picked up and developed further by his disciple Plato and then by Aristotle. According to Plato, the soul is an immortal essence, which consists of three parts. The highest part is rational, addressed to ideas, in essence is thinking. The middle part is affective and volitional, which is emotions. The lower part is sensual, driven by passions or concupiscible. That means that in Plato's philosophy the soul is represented as a manifestation of basic functions of consciousness, such as thoughts, emotions and desires. Moreover, in Plato's theory, only the highest part of the soul, the rational one, is immortal. The mind or intelligence is put above the feelings of a person. But feelings are the language of communication between God and a person. Plato was the first to identify such a form of mental activity as inner speech, or the voice in the head, that we hear and constantly communicate with. He defined it as the reflection of the soul, which asks itself questions, answers them, affirms and denies, meaning the soul speaks to us in our head. But the soul is a particle from the spiritual world inside each of us. It is a direct connection of a human being with God. So, according to Plato, God communicates with a person through thoughts in his head. Can God instill those thoughts that sound in the head of each of us? Thoughts that lead to division, conflict and intolerance? More than 90% of thoughts that sound in a person's head are negative, which means that they trigger emotions in the range of fear, aggression and sorrow. And this is an established fact. Can love instill such thoughts in our heads? Thoughts that lead to separation. After all, God is love, and love is a unifying feeling. Did any of God's messengers teach enmity and division? Meanwhile, experiments have been repeatedly conducted which studied brain activity of people who are in a state of deep prayer or a spiritual practice. The brain activity corresponding to thinking was absent at that moment. And this proves that communication of a person with the spiritual world, with God, doesn't happen through thoughts, but in a completely different way. Communication with God takes place through the feeling of love. A person, when communicating with God, is in a state of love, in a state of deep and quiet joy. While the human consciousness is oriented towards the negative. When we do something bad, we often say, "The devil made me do it." But how does he make us do it? What guides us in our actions? Thoughts. Thoughts in our head that we consider to be our own. There is a wealth of research confirming that negative events in everyday life or on social scale, such as negative emotions, unpleasant memories, and negative relationship experiences, have a greater power to influence individuals compared to positive experiences. Negative emotions, bad parenting, and negative feedback have a stronger impact than positive ones. And negative information is processed more carefully by consciousness than positive information. Negative impressions and negative stereotypes are formed more quickly and are more resistant to refutation than positive ones. During communication, people are much more likely and willing to share negative news, discuss gossip, concerns and traumatic memories. They pick up negativity much faster than something positive, and they get infected with it for a long time. A prime example is how easily children remember dirty rhymes compared to the effort it takes them to learn a good poem. The results of numerous studies indicate that human consciousness operates under the principle of bad is stronger than good. And yet, thoughts in our heads are a manifestation of the work of our consciousness. Who can implant evil, negative thoughts in a person's head, provoking conflicts among ourselves? After all, the brain is not capable of thinking. There is plenty of evidence to support this. Images and thoughts that arise in the mind are the devil's language of communication with a person. And true saints wrote about this at all times. This is the substitution that occurred because of Plato's ideas. Discovering the truth became the process of knowing the eternal world of ideas. For Plato, the ideal world is the world of the mind, in other words, the world of the devil. Aristotle developed a much more complex understanding of the soul. Aristotle's treatise on the soul is the first specialized psychological work that remained a primary guide to psychology for many centuries. Russian philosopher Asmus characterizes Aristotle as the true father of future materialistic psychology. According to Aristotle, the main function of the soul is to ensure the biological existence of an organism. Aristotle distinguishes three types of soul: the vegetative soul, the animal soul, and the rational soul. Two of them belong to physical psychology, as they cannot exist without matter, while the third, mind, is a metaphysical part of the soul, which exists separately and independently from the physical body as a divine mind. For Aristotle, as for his teachers Plato and Socrates, God is the higher mind, in other words, the devil. While characterizing a person, Aristotle in the first place put forward knowledge and thinking, in other words, intellect or consciousness. Aristotle enshrined and analyzed such qualities of the soul as memory, emotions, feelings, perceptions, thinking, desires, and will. That is, he enshrined the function of consciousness as those of the soul. The concept of the soul was replaced by the concept of consciousness. The divine nature in a human being has been replaced by the devil, with the help of science. It is these concepts of the ancient philosophers that Freud drew upon when creating his theory of personality. Naturally, he singled out only the material animal nature from the integral structure of a human being and described it as the only one that exists. The concept of personality returned to psychology in the form of a kind of image that shapes consciousness, an ego image. Simply put, the key self in a person is an egoist. And with this understanding, humanity continues to exist to this day. It is through this understanding and on this very foundation that an extremely selfish format of society, the consumerist format, was formed and is still maintained. The format of society is, first and foremost, the format of relationships between people. Consumer society is a format of relationships built on personal gain and the needs of the egoist. Human life in such a format of society has no value. According to the founders of psychology, it simply has no meaning. Or according to another group of specialists, the meaning of life is in individual development, the development of one's potential, whether physical or intellectual, as the pinnacle of a person's development. After all, an egoist is incapable of developing another potential by definition, as he has no soul and no connection with God. He only has a body and consciousness. I shall repeat that psychology is a science that sets out to define the main categories of values in society. Who is a human being? What is the meaning of human life? A human being is an egoist, an exceptional animal. Then, according to the scientific claims, egoism is a perfection, isn't it? The relationships between people are relationships between egoists. This is the foundation laid by psychology and all those people who humanity has identified as great thinkers. But it is this kind of relationship that people suffer from. It is this kind of relationship that torments them and makes people consult psychologists. And this is the main issue people turn to specialists with. Having excluded the soul, psychology decided that the best and highest thing in a human being is mind and consciousness. The result of prioritizing such values is a society of absurdity, violence and manipulation as the primary means of interaction between people. The majority of experiments in psychology, when carefully examined, can be seen as large-scale studies into controlling human behavior, or more specifically, manipulating people, lies, violence and contradictions between our words and our actions. And this is the result of a society that, influenced by science, is oriented towards intellect and higher mind as the pinnacle of its development. The result of such a materialistic approach to understanding human beings is 1 billion mentally ill individuals on the planet, according to official data. Now, according to unofficial figures, it is at least half of the adult population on Earth. Can the truth lead to such a result? Now, is it possible to come to the truth through psychology? Yes, it is possible, but only if you make consciousness the subject of study based on the already drawn conclusions that consciousness is outside the human body, that it is inherently negative and aggressive, And thoughts and images arising in the mind come to the person through consciousness, while the person has no control over the process. But most importantly, there must be a purpose for which consciousness is being studied.
Diana, thank you for such extremely important and necessary information about what psychology really is and where it is headed. Every science should serve people, and psychology is no exception. This science has set out its research goals to find and answer the questions: who is man and what is the meaning of his life? And you know, Monica, what comes as a shock to me? To hear that from the point of science, we are some kind of evolved animals whose purpose in life is to survive, to fight for our existence. To hear that suffering and aggression are the norm, that to show love is to be weak or insane. Does this mean that human beings have no right to happiness? That the purpose of our lives is to live in suffering? And you know, Monica, what else surprises me? The fact that more than half of the world's population suffers from mental illnesses. And the number is growing exponentially.
Yes, Katka. And the World Health Organization estimates that by 2030, up to 1/5 of the world's income will go to mental health problems. A legitimate question arises: is psychology as a science evolving or degenerating, since the number of mental illnesses keeps increasing? Why is this happening? It is because God and real knowledge have been removed from science. Man is the only being who has a soul. As we have heard, back in ancient times, the soul was replaced by a new concept: voices in the head. Thoughts, emotions, and desires. How can you replace something that has an immaterial essence with a material one? After all, the voices in the head, images and thoughts are all the results of the performance of our consciousness. But then again, science claims that all of these manifestations are the result of the brain activity. Andrea and Renata will tell us how much modern science has been able to study the brain and consciousness and come closer to understanding what consciousness is.
Thank you, Monica. The brain is one of the most complex organs of our body, the detailed structure of which still holds secrets. No wonder brain science has attracted researchers and scientists for centuries, as the brain is a central nervous system made up of billions of cells. Tatiana Chernigowska, doctor of biology and philology, honored scientist, states surprising facts about the brain. 28 billion neurons in the cortex alone, at the very top of the cortex. On average, that's 10 centimeters of nerve fibers per neuron. I mean, there are parts of a neuron that can be up to a meter long. A meter? If you start to multiply that number, then if you stretch it out in one string, it could fly around the Earth 68 times and go to the Moon 7 times. This is the head of each of us. And that's not all of what's there. In the human fetus, neurons are formed at a rate of 500,000 per minute, respectively 30 million per hour, 720 million per day, 5 billion per week, and so on. If we multiply, we get more than 1 quadrillion synapses in the cerebral cortex. As an astronomer I know told me, there are more neural connections in the brain than there are stars in the universe. And after that, a physicist I know said, not stars in the universe, but particles in the universe. Particles. This scale of neurons in the cerebral cortex is impressive. It is also impressive that the brain may may weigh only 3% of the body weight, but it receives about 30% of the blood pumped by the heart. This fact clearly demonstrates how much attention and maintenance our brain requires in comparison with other important parts of the body. Consciousness controls most of the body's activities, processing, coordinating information, and making decisions. And at the same time, it does this faster than the best computer in the world, which has an almost unlimited memory capacity. It takes fractions of a second to respond to something and reproduce an action. Scientists who study the brain claim that it is less recognizable, that the space and the number of mysteries associated with this organ is increasing rather than decreasing. Not surprisingly, there are still many misconceptions about the operation and structure of the brain. For example, it is a common misconception that the intensity of brain function weakens with age. However, the intensity of this process does not depend on the number of years lived, but on lifestyle, mental and physical exertion, our mood, and the presence of bad habits. In other words, a proper style, including following a sleep schedule, helps to improve brain function. The scientists claim that intellectual power with a healthy lifestyle does not decline with age, but only increases. Neurons of the brain do not die off up to 30% as it was believed, but may lose connections between them if a person is not engaged in serious mental work. While you are now thinking, processing information, neurons are working in your brain. Neurons are beginning to form new neural connections, and the structure of the brain is changing, regardless of your age. And now, you have a new neural connection formed. So it is very useful to cognize, to learn something new, because the more such connections, the smarter a person is. When Professor Natalia Bechterova suffered a stroke, the doctor strongly recommended complete rest when she was discharged. But instead of this, she took up a new book saying, "This is my treatment." A few months later, on a follow-up MRI scan of her brain vessels, the doctors couldn't believe their eyes, so significant was the improvement. But the professor explained to her doctor that hard mental work had contributed to the activation of neurons, the formation of new connections in the brain, which eventually led to the normalization of all its functions. We are recommended to sleep for 7 to 9 hours a day, and there is a reason for this. We need rest in order to maintain memory and respond in a timely manner to certain actions. Lack of sleep kills brain cells, and prolonged lack of sleep can even cause psychosis, as well as reduce the ability of the body and brain to heal itself. All this can eventually affect the process of cognition, judgment, and reaction time. It is also important to be in a good mood and to control negative emotions. Because when we experience, for example, fear, brain cells are destroyed. The connection between neurons breaks. If a person is permanently engaged in mental development, but at the same time improperly exploits his body, a huge number of brain cells and the connection between them also breaks down. For comparison, this is when the most modern and coolest computer program is instead inserted into a weak computer. But as a rule, the opposite happens. We pay so much attention to the health of our body that we forget to update our computer program. There is also a common misconception that big-headed or big-browed people are smarter than everyone else. That a person's intellectual capabilities depend on the weight of their brain, the volume of their skull. This belief has nothing to do with reality. And it is confirmed by numerous studies, the authors of which compared the indicated parameters of brains of famous scientists, writers, artists, and politicians with the brains of ordinary people. For example, back in the 30s, a whole research institute was opened on the given theme. in which the brains of famous personalities were stored in formalin jars. But no matter how hard they tried, they could not find out what the difference was, because outwardly, as well as in weight, they had no differences. By the way, the average weight of a human brain is 1 kilogram 200 or 400 grams, while the brain of an adult sperm whale can weigh up to 6 kilograms 800 grams, but that doesn't mean that the whale is superior in intelligence. On the other hand, chimpanzees' average brain weight 350 to 400 grams, but in spite of this, the ape can demonstrate phenomenal mental capabilities. The huge neural network of each person's brain is unique, just like fingerprints. Scientists can use an encephalogram of the brain to identify a specific person. This gives rise to another misconception, that consciousness is in the brain. If we turn to an atlas of a human anatomy, we will not find a single section of the brain that is responsible for the thinking process. In other words, in the brain there is no thinking, memory, logic. There are only reflexes. This was scientifically proven by the professor Natalia Bekhtiyarova. Yes, scientists have repeatedly tried to describe the thinking process based on the fact that we think with our brain organ. However, no such evidence has been found. And in the middle of the 19th century, a landmark event in the field of brain study took place in the United States, which excited the entire scientific community. As a result of an explosion during the laying of the railway, the head of the worker, Phineas Gage, was pierced by a metal crowbar. Despite losing most of his left frontal lobe, the man survived and was able to return to an active lifestyle. The team of scientists from the USA has found out experimentally that removing one hemisphere of the brain is far from the end of everything. The fact is that if a hemisphere or part of it is removed, complex changes occur in the remaining part of the brain. Existing functional connections are strengthened. New ones are formed. A series of processes take place that allows a person to remain human, even without a part of the brain. Scientists suggest that this happens due to the fact that other parts of the brain neurons take on the functions of the lost ones. Surgeons who have repeatedly performed operations on the human brain stem also didn't find structures there that would confirm that consciousness is located exactly in them. All of them are responsible only for muscle movements of various kinds. The scientist, surgeon, doctor of medicine, professor, doctor of theology, archbishop Valentin Felixovich Wojna-Yasenetsky describes cases when, with part of the brain missing, there were no mental disorders of the patient. I opened a huge abscess, about 50 square centimeters pus, in a young wounded man, which had undoubtedly destroyed the whole left frontal lobe, and I didn't observe any mental defects after this operation. I can say the same about another patient who was operated on for a huge cyst of the cerebral membranes. At a wide opening of the skull, I was surprised to see that almost the whole right half of the brain was empty, and the whole left hemisphere of the brain was compressed, almost to the point of being impossible to distinguish it. In 1940, a Bolivian neurosurgeon, Dr. Agustin Uturicha, made a sensational announcement at the Anthropological Society Sucre, Bolivia. He and Dr. Ortiz studied the medical history of a 14-year-old boy, a patient at Dr. Ortiz's clinic, for a long time. The teenager was there diagnosed with a brain tumor. The young man remained conscious until his death, complaining only on headaches. When an autopsy was performed after his death, the doctors were surprised. The entire brain mass was completely separated from the internal cavity of the cranium. A large abscess captured the cerebellum and part of the brain. A well-known scientist, German professor Hoffmann, tells about the unusual case of his practice. He once performed a post-mortem autopsy on a patient who had been paralyzed shortly before his death. Until the very last moment, this patient retained all mental and physical abilities. The result of the autopsy confused the professor because instead of the brain in the skull of the deceased, about 300 grams of water were found. A similar story happened in 1976 in the Netherlands. Pathologists, having opened the skull of 50-year-old Dutchman John Gerling, found only a small amount of whitish fluid instead of the brain. When the relatives of the deceased were informed about this, they were seriously outraged and even went to court, thinking this joke is stupid but also offensive, since John Gerling was one of the best watchmakers in the country. Doctors, in order to avoid a lawsuit, had to show relatives evidence of their rightness. In 2011, a man was detected in France with 90% of his brain missing. The 44-year-old man went to hospital because of the leg pain, but on an MRI scan, it was revealed that his skull was filled with fluid and there was only a thin layer of cortex. The illustration on the left shows a CT scan of this patient's brain, in which most of the skull is filled with liquid. In comparison, on the right, you can see a normal brain of a healthy person. In spite of this, the man was not cognized mentally related. He doesn't have a very high IQ, which is 75. But that had not hindered him from working as a civil servant, getting married and having 2 children. With such a critical destruction or absence of the brain, consciousness functions normally. How is it possible? Indeed, in this case, it is impossible to say that the remnants of the nervous tissues taken on all of the functions of dead neuron structures. Then, where is the consciousness? From all of this, we can conclude that consciousness is not in the brain, and if so, scientists have a question where it is located, and how does it exchange information with brain neurons? Natalia will tell us one theory about where consciousness is and how it interacts with brain neurons.
Thank you, Renata. Human consciousness is one of the greatest mysteries to humans themselves. There are scientists who see consciousness as a byproduct of the multiple calculations that take place in the brain. But this approach fails to explain one very important thing, the so-called hard problem of consciousness. How is a physical system capable of generating subjective experience? This problem involves 2 major questions that scientists seek answers to. First, why does the brain generate consciousness? And second, how does the brain generate consciousness? Putting the questions in this way is fundamentally wrong, because it straight away confines scientists to finding an answer to them. For such a formulation of the question invariably leads us to the conclusion that consciousness is exclusively in the brain and nowhere else. Although the facts voiced by the previous speaker tell us that with almost complete absence of physical brain tissue, a person lives a normal life and doesn't show any difficulties of thinking, it would be more correct to put the question this way: where is consciousness and how does it interact with the brain? The orchestrate objective reduction theory proposed by Roger Penrose and Stuart Hameroff is one attempt to answer this question. It is a hypothesis explaining the quantum nature of consciousness and its presence in the field of the universe. According to scientists, understanding the phenomenon of consciousness requires a revolution in our approach to the physical world. In particular, Penrose believes that the answer to the question about the nature of consciousness may lie in a deeper study of quantum mechanics. The world-renowned physicist and mathematician, professor of Oxford University, Sir Roger Penrose, believes that consciousness has a quantum origin. Back in the 1980s, he hypothesized that human consciousness couldn't be modeled by an ordinary digital computer because the human mind has abilities that a Turing machine doesn't have. In other words, consciousness is not algorithmic. It possesses a mechanism of incalculable physics. Most physical laws are computable and therefore algorithmic. Penrose suggested that the incalculable component necessary for human consciousness and understanding must lie in an area which our current physical theories are fundamentally flawed. So Penrose determined that the main candidate for an incalculable physical process is the wave function collapse. Here we will have to recall the double-slit experiment. Thomas Young, studying the nature of light, in 1801 for the first time set up an experiment in which light was successively passed through two barriers, the first of which had one slit and the second had two slits. If light consisted of particles, then on the screen behind the second barrier, two illuminated bands would be formed, one opposite each of the slits. In fact, on the screen, an interference pattern is formed, indicating that the light propagates according to the principle of a wave. In 1927, Clinton Davison and Lester Germer repeated the double-slit experiment with electrons to show their wave nature. Two beams of electrons passing through two slits left such traces on the screen as should remain from two waves. But at the same time, the dependence of the result of the experiment on the act of measurement was revealed. As soon as the electron was measured, the interference picture disappeared. That is, the electron became a particle and lost the state of superposition. Superposition is the possibility of being in all possible alternative states simultaneously until a choice is made, until the observer has made a measurement, calculation of a given object. As soon as the observer focuses on the behavior of the electron immediately collapses into a particle. That is, it turns from a wave into a material object whose position can be detected. In short, after measuring, so to speak, the choice of the observer, one object will be in only one place. In quantum mechanics, particles are described by wave functions, because while a particle is in a wave state, it can appear anywhere. The wave function just describes the probability of a particle being in one place or another in space. The process when a wave turns into a particle is called the wave function collapse. Each particle has its own energy associated with the fundamental frequency of its vibrations. And since our entire world consists of particles, it also has a wave nature at its core. And this wave nature is the more noticeable the smaller the scale of the object. It means that quantum processes are also constantly going on in the cells of our body, including exchange of energy and information. Penrose suggested that subjective experience is formed at precisely the moment when the wave function of consciousness collapses. He called it the Diossi-Penrose objective reduction, what was later called the orchestral objective reduction. That means that is a certain universal photoconsciousness that in a state of superposition means in a wave state. A person, by his act of observing the workings of consciousness, which we know under the notion of thinking, pays attention to thoughts, accomplishes the wave function collapse, materializes consciousness. Thus, he acquires subjective experience in the form of conclusions, understandings, and realizations. That is, in fact, a person by means of his attention makes a choice. Thus, he forms his inner reality, and not only internal but also external. So there is a materialization of thoughts which appear in the form of specific events in the life of an individual. In 1989, Penrose described this reflections in his book, The Emperor's New Mind, approaching the problem from a mathematical point of view, but he didn't know how quantum processes could be realized in the brain. At the same time, Stuart Hameroff, an anesthesiologist, neurobiologist, and professor at the Center of Consciousness Studies, University of Arizona in Tucson, was doing research on cancer and anesthesia, and he was also working on the problem of consciousness. He read Penrose's book and suggested that microtubules within neurons are suitable candidates for such quantum consciousness processing. What are microtubules? Hameroff noticed the intelligent behavior of unicellular organisms. The life of protozoan colonies is controlled by collective intelligence. This is confirmed by many scientific experiments. But protozoa have no brain. Not only do they have no developed neural network, but even a hint of neural cells. Despite this, protozoa such as Physarum can build mazes and solve problems. And Paramecium and Infusoria shrew can swim, find food and partners, learn, remember, and reproduce. It turns out that consciousness is not attached to neurons. How then do single cells show signs of consciousness and connect to the collective mind? It turns out that they use their cytoskeleton microtubules. The cytoskeleton is a complex dynamic network of interconnected protein filaments present in the cytoplasm of all cells, including bacteria and archaea. It extends from cell nucleus to cell membrane and consists of similar protein in different organisms. Each individual neuron has its own cytoskeleton. The cytoskeleton includes various structures, including microtubules, which were so interesting to Hameroff and Penrose. Microtubules of neurons can be very, very long compared to the diameter of neuron, up to several millimeters or even longer. Moreover, depending on the circumstances, they can grow or shrink and can also transport various molecules. The microtubule wall site is assembled from the tubulin protein. Using X-ray crystallography, it was found that the structure of cytoskeletal microtubules is a cylindrical lattice with Fibonacci geometry. The helical winding pathways in the A lattice are repeated according to the sequence 3, 5, 8 and can correlate with the pathways of electrical conduction. It is well known that Fibonacci numbers are not uncommon in biological systems and on a much larger scale. For example, in spruce cones, sunflowers, and palm trunks, there are spiral and helical structures with interpenetrating left and right twists, with the number of rows twisted in one direction and the number of rows twisted in the other direction being two adjacent Fibonacci numbers. Interestingly, the hexagonal pattern of microtubules shows a very similar feature. It consists, at least usually, of 5 right-handed and 8 left-handed helical structures. Tubulin dipoles oriented along such pathways are associated with mechanical oscillations of microtubules. Thus, the idea arose that the purposeful activity of microtubules could result in information processing, similar to computing. Hameroff suggested that the tubulin protein of microtubules may contain delocalized TT electrons. The TT electron clouds of amino acids interact with each other, resulting in conductive resonances. Each microtubule is capable of transmitting and processing a large number of messages. For example, each tubulin can encode a huge amount of information. Its potential capacity is 10^16 operations per second in one neuron. Microtubules can act as cellular automata, transmitting and processing complex signals in the form of waves of different states of electrical polarization of tubulin molecules. Scientists modeled networks of two microtubule automata connected by proteins associated with microtubules, and they showed uncontrollable learning. What purpose might this serve? Hameroff and Penrose believe that the brain and its microtubules are necessary to orchestrate thought consciousness into subjective experience. During anesthesia, the body leaves, the heart beats, and the brain functions. It shows a slightly short EEG that can be measured. The spinal cord also exchanges signals with the brain, but consciousness is absent. It is taken away by anesthesia and then comes back. Hameroff considers consciousness to be a quantum property of the structure of the universe. Under certain circumstances, it is capable of arising in space-time geometry at a higher frequency, and it can exist for some time, and perhaps infinitely, without being attached to biological structure. Consciousness is fundamental, at least photoconsciousness. It is a property of the universe because quantum superposition happens in subatomic scales. Usually, these superpositions are disconnected, meaningless, and because of their disconnectedness, they don't create memory. Therefore, to orchestrate photoconsciousness into subjective experience, the brain and its microtubules are needed. At one time, this theory was sharply criticized because it was mistakenly believed that quantum processes could occur only at ultra-low temperatures. Recently, quantum processes have been discovered in war environments such as photosynthesis in plants. In 1998, Hameroff made 8 probability assumptions and 20 predictions to test these assumptions. And in 2013, Anirban Bandyopadhyay from Japan's National Institute for Materials Science discovered quantum states in microtubules. Penrose and Hameroff reported that Bandyopadhyay's experiments confirmed 6 of the 20 theses and didn't disprove any of others. Since 2009, Anirban Bandyopadhyay and colleagues have been able to use nanotechnology to study the electronic and optical properties of individual microtubules. The scientists didn't look at neurons under the microscope, but measured their wave characteristics. To do this, they used special devices. The group made some remarkable discoveries showing that quantum effects do occur in microtubules at biological temperatures. When AC electrical energy is applied to tubulin and/or microtubules, there is generally poor conductivity. Tubulin and microtubules are good insulators. However, at certain resonant AC frequencies, conductivity is extremely high, and microtubules are excellent energy conductors. These resonant frequencies show self-similar conduction patterns, repeating every 3 or so orders of magnitude. Over 15 orders of magnitude in the brain from the quantum world to the electroencephalogram, EEG. From terahertz to gigahertz, megahertz, kilohertz, and hertz. Conduction at each of these frequencies showed self-similar triplet of triplet resonance patterns. Resonant conduction, Bandyopadhyay coherence, BC, through tubulins and microtubules is consistent with the assumption of Penrose and Hameroff theory of quantum entanglement within tubulin through TT electron resonance clouds. In other words, there is an exchange of information that is contained in the electrons. But who puts the information into microparticles? Scientists have yet to discover. Bandyopadhyay's experiments provide clear evidence for coherent, interconnected quantum states of microtubules at temperature corresponding to that of the brain. But also, working on the problem of consciousness, Bandyopadhyay came to understand that consciousness is not in the brain, it is located in the other dimension.
So I started working on microtubule, and then I found that it is very difficult in this world because people believe neuron is fundamental of information processing. It's just like a bit or switch, or some people say it's a transistor and brain is a circuit and the operation goes on, but who writes the code, who knows? But the point is that that in the initial days, I was just thinking, just like the normal scientists, that it should be located somewhere. Because the problem with us is that we say universe is a holographic memory or holographic consciousness, but we don't say who is generating the holograph. If a hologram, projection has to come from somewhere. So whenever you try to locate it at any place, wherever it is, you are in trouble. Because you are locating at somewhere where the frame of reference would begin. But what if there is no frame of reference? Because that within and above, it's an infinite network. It's endless. You go to the up now and go to the down. Then where is consciousness located? Nowhere, but everywhere. How do we come about this particular idea that consciousness is nowhere but everywhere? Is that we are measuring a protein, tubulin protein, and microtubule and the neuron, and then we are measuring what are the frequencies. So what we found that there is a triplet, 3 bands of musical, say a musical symphony going on. So 3 bands. And you go inside, you find 3 more bands. And you go inside one band, you find many more, 12 different kind of music. So total 108 different kind of frequencies are playing a composition of music in microtubule, helical nanowire, that is packed inside the neuron. So we created another kind of instrument where we can look at, with a radio wave, how the neural network looks like. With microwave, how does it looks like? So basically, with the thermal imaging, how does it looks like? So basically, we published in Journal of Neuroscience that in different time domain, our same brain circuit looks very different. So when I am talking to you, maybe my consciousness is happening, say, 50 milliseconds. But for each millisecond, my neuron is firing, tick, 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 tick. But in one tick, I can find the microtubules are vibrating in a microsecond time domain, tick, 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 each microsecond once. But from that microtubule to happen inside the tubulin, these proteins are vibrating in nanoseconds, tick, 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 tick. But for that protein to vibrate, maybe in picosecond, that is 10 to the power time, 3 times, 10,000 times faster, 1,000 times faster, and there in each picosecond it is doing tick, 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 tick. So where it will end, even in the atom, I don't know whether it will go beyond atoms, even smaller than atoms. But it's a triplet chain of frequencies within and above network of clocks where it is there. So this whole chain actually vibrate and try to synchronize with the bigger chain that is for the whole universe. But that is within and above. Never think that it will be like a normal string, like this kind of cables or wires. No. It's within and above. So when we have that kind of situation, then consciousness is in that chain, in that mathematical perception. So it's like just like an elephant. If you the blind people are seeing, they see different. It's a story from Upanishad that somebody is touching the leg, somebody is touching the ear, somebody is touching the trunk, and then all these kind of things. I think that together, not the view of one, but if we have to include the view of all and something beyond, which is beyond their imagination, beyond their limit, beyond their view, in their dimension. It's a completely different dimension. So everybody is looking at 2D, 2 dimension. But in the 3 dimension, the elephant is there. So you have to change the whole world view, the way you are looking. But it is not once, you have to do it 12 times. Then you can fathom and where is consciousness. So don't try to look for a very particular place. If you try to do it, you are making a mistake. So go beyond space, beyond time, beyond geometric shape, maybe some mathematical structure. But it is not in the mathematical structure also.
Mr. Bandyopadhyay, thanks for the interview. Your answer is really shocking. Consciousness is in the other dimension. We won't find it in the brain. However, despite advances in recent years, This theory is rather in opposition to classical science. In 2017, Sir Roger Penrose founded the Penrose Institute to study human consciousness by means of physics and to distinguish it from any possible artificial intelligence. And it is likely that science will soon be able to answer the question of what consciousness is and how it interacts with the human brain.
Thank you, Natasha. The scientific research on patients with the dissociative identity disorder proved to be very interesting. Dissociative identity disorder, or multiple personality disorder, is considered a mental disorder when an individual's personality is not whole and there are several different personalities, also known as ego states or subpersonalities, in the body of a single person. At certain moments, there is a complete replacement of the personality by a subpersonality, sometimes even more than one, and the person has no recollection of what happened. Such people often experience auditory hallucinations and hear voices that belong to subpersonalities. It is them who comment on actions, manifest desires, affections, or dislike. Subsequently, conflicts can arise between these voices. Another symptom of this disorder is the complete absence of bodily sensations, so-called out-of-the-body experiences. While studying patients with dissociative disorder, Dr. Frank Putnam, a psychiatrist at the National Institute of Mental Health, discovered that subpersonalities have their distinct psychological characteristics that differ from one another, including the personality itself. These parameters include galvanic skin reactions and patterns of brainwave activity. At the Institute of Living in Hartford, psychologist Colin P. Blotto carried out tests on one patient with 4 subpersonalities. He made a series of check measurements in 10 patients who had previously been diagnosed with multiple personality disorders. In each case, the core personality and its 2 or 3 subpersonalities were tested. As controls, as checks, he took 10 patients of the same sex and age who were asked to think of having other personalities in themselves, with detailed life histories of their personalities to practice switching to these personalities. The study found that check patients and their invented personalities showed no significant difference in brainwave patterns, while the different subpersonalities of the patients diagnosed with multiple personality disorder showed a significant difference, both in the personality itself and from each other. Shirley Mason, a 24-year-old university lecturer, approached Dr. Wilbur with complaints of emotional instability, memory lapses, and dystrophy. During examination, the psychiatrist determined that Shirley suffered from dissociative disorder. He found 16 subpersonalities in the patient. The observations were conducted by the doctor along with his colleagues, who used precise methods in the study. The most striking discovery was that the waking self and each of the subpersonalities reacted as different people. The 4 patient subpersonalities, each taken a psychological word association test, showed completely different reactions to individual words or word sequences. No common word associations were observed between them. All 4 subpersonalities were as independent in their reactions as they were 4 separate as if they were four separate individuals. A set of psychological and neurological tests was offered to the four subpersonalities of another patient called John. The reactions of these subpersonalities were also completely independent of each other. The electroencephalograms of the subpersonalities and the personality itself were completely different. The research was honored with an award from the Society for Clinical and Experimental Hypnosis. Furthermore, the report titled "The Objective Study of a Multiple Personality" was published in the journal Archives of General Psychiatry. There is a table presenting data of John's encephalogram and his subpersonalities. Everyone knows the story of Billy Milligan, described by Daniel Kaylis in his book The Minds of Billy Milligan, who had 24 subpersonalities. Each subpersonality retained intelligence and individuality in the form of skills, abilities, and desires that Billy himself could not acquire in his own life. Two of the subpersonalities spoke with accents. One knew a language Billy had never learned, another knew how to escape from handcuffs and therefore took on a leader's role when he went to prison. A third subpersonality painted great pictures, and the young female subpersonality was a lesbian. Possessing this specialization, the different subpersonalities took control over Billy's consciousness precisely when it was most needed. When Billy was in pain, the teenage David subpersonality would step in and take over the pain. The dominant subpersonality was Arthur, an Englishman, sensible, balanced, spoke with British accent. He learned physics and chemistry on his own and was studying medical literature. He read and wrote in Arabic fluently. He was the first to discover the existence of other subpersonalities. He dominated in safe situations, deciding who appeared in each situation to take control of Milligan's mind. According to subpersonality Arthur, there were also undesirable subpersonalities, which he suppressed. The subpersonalities prevented Billy from controlling his own consciousness, because every time he recovered himself in an unfamiliar place or prison, he tried to commit suicide. Upon recovering himself, Billy was shocked each time because he thought the past suicide attempt had been successful and thought he had been dead for a long time. And this suggests that at the time of the activation of subpersonality, Billy's own personality was not active. For one of his birthdays, a 3-year-old Christine, one of his subpersonalities, baked a cake for Billy. On this occasion, Arthur, the dominant subpersonality, allowed to wake up Billy. However, this led to another suicide attempt. During the research process, it was revealed that the rapes were the fault of subpersonality Adelana, a 19-year-old lesbian, while one of the other subpersonalities was trying to rob the women. Even though Adelana was forbidden by other subpersonalities to take control of consciousness, she illegally stepped in and committed crimes. None of the other subpersonalities was aware of what she had done. It was extremely difficult to talk to Billy during the interrogations. It took a long time to convince subpersonality Arthur to give permission to wake up Billy. Permission was given in exchange for a promise to keep the suicidal Billy safe, primarily from himself. The author of the book writes that the EEG readings of Billy's brain were abnormal EEGs. That is, the electroencephalogram was different each time one or the other subpersonality was active, which means that there were 24 consciousnesses in him, since the EEG is as unique as fingerprints, and subpersonalities are people who once lived, and after their body died, their consciousness did not disappear. Instead, It interacted with Billy's personality. Moreover, they didn't just interact, they used Billy's body and lived for him, controlling him. This is a direct evidence that consciousness is a separate structure located outside the human body, and it does not die after death. Billy himself was not in control of his body and consciousness at this time of the crimes, nor did he possess the skills that the superpersonalities exhibited. The court recognized the fact that there were 24 other superpersonalities consciousness in him. This is why the court acquitted Billy Milligan despite the evidence of rape in the girls. There are many cases of dissociative identity disorder, and a lot is written about them. However, they silence the fact that the EEG of superpersonalities and the person itself, active personality, are absolutely different, and that each superpersonality is a rational substance consciousness with its own desires and abilities, which the individual couldn't acquire during his lifetime. But why is this silenced? It scientifically proves that consciousness is not in the brain or even neural network. Consciousness exists as a separate structure and is located outside the human body, and it doesn't disappear after the death of the physical body. How does consciousness manage to travel between human lives, preserving its skills? Alex Sale will tell us amazing facts of the work of consciousness.
Thank you, Dusan. And so, let's begin. The social psychologist Daniel Wagner noted in his observations that people often try not to think about something consciously, but fail to do so. Unwanted thoughts always appear in the person's mind. And he called this paradoxical effect ironic thinking. On the basis of he conducted a series of experiments which showed that when one tried to control his thoughts, unwanted thoughts intensified. And for those who, for example, tried to control their moods, not only failed to control them, but the opposite effect occurred, a change of mood to the opposite of the one they intended to create. And we all observe this effect when we try to get rid of intrusive thoughts, but they intensify even more. When we go on a diet, we do it consciously, but the consciousness traitorously drags us to the fridge even more often than usual. Or you set a goal to limit your coffee consumption, but while chatting with your colleagues, you did not notice how you poured yourself a cup of coffee and drank it already. So, a group of neuroscientists led by Professor Eddie Nagmes of the Department of Philosophy and the Institute of Neuroscience at Georgia State University conducted a scientific experiment in which it was discovered that the brain makes decisions before the subject does. A magnetic resonance imaging scanner was used to record brain activity during the decision-making process. And this method allows to recording even small local changes in brain blood flow in response to neuronal activity. So the results of the experiment showed that the decision was made by the brain earlier, 10 seconds before the subject thought they had made the decision. Moreover, this prior brain activity is not an arbitrary preparation for a response. On the contrary, it specifically encodes how the subject is going to make a decision. And scientist Tatiana Chernigavskaya writes, this is a quote, "Potential ability of the brain to supply the personality not only with false sensory and semantic information, but also with inadequate assessment of the belonging of sensations to a given subject is well known from psychiatric pathology." On the other hand, Ramachandran's research with phantom sensations, published in 2008, shows that this persuasion of consciousness can destroy them. So there are still ways of voluntary consciousness influence even on such extreme anomalous sensations. End of quote. So this implies that a person receives pre-encoded information from consciousness, but it may be false and inadequate. And on top of everything else, consciousness can also persuade the personality of anything. Indeed, what a masterful manipulation by consciousness. Okay, so consciousness acts in such a way that we don't know it exists as a separate structure. So it lives for us, it makes decisions for us, determines what it would like to do, and as a rule, it does not want what we need. Moreover, consciousness creates constant contradictions. We intend to do one thing, think another, and do quite the opposite of what we planned and thought. So we constantly have negative thoughts that destroy us, lead to resentment, disappointments, depression. However, we do not want to live with this negativity. But if a person is an integral structure, why do we need such contradictions coming from consciousness? Well, perhaps they are necessary precisely to create conditions for a person to make a choice. The choice between good and evil, negative thoughts, destructive programs, and positive thoughts aimed at creation, new scientific discoveries, understanding of our world and ourselves. And what do religions call someone who possesses the perfect art of deception? Could it be that consciousness acts as an unprincipled but rigid teacher who tests us for humanity, each time sending us difficulties and trials in which we, as personality, must make our own choices rather than act under the dictates of consciousness? Professor Natalia Bekhtereва believes that consciousness controls us, and she refers to consciousness as the memory matrix. And it is this matrix that generates emotions. Emotions arise from external influences, not from within us. This is why we cannot stop a thought or consciously try not to think about something, but it doesn't work. This is because consciousness is a structure that has self-awareness, its own self, and therefore the thoughts that a person observes are not their own, but the thoughts of their consciousness. After these experiments, a number of scientists questioned the existence of free will in humans as personalities and began to argue that only consciousness manifests the will. Other scientists began to refute this conclusion in their articles, recalling multiple instances in which a person has manifested the will, for example, in spiritual development. We can assume that there is a will from consciousness and a will related to the spiritual beginning, the soul. So then we can conclude that the personality has no will, but it can choose between negative and positive thoughts. When necessary, ignore the negative and purposefully cultivate positive thinking and feelings. What the personality pays attention to is what manifests within a person. A serious scientific research was conducted for 22 years by psychiatrist Dr. Gennady Pavlovich Krokhalev. His experiments led him to the conclusion that thought is material, and the eye radiates electromagnetic waves into space, forming a holographic representation of images arising within a person. So he managed to capture on photographic film the visions of 117 mentally ill people suffering from hallucinations. The patients themselves identified the obtained images as the ones they perceived. So the doctor conducted another experiment. He placed patients with visual and auditory hallucinations in a room, shielding them from external electromagnetic fields, and their hallucinations disappeared. In other words, when the patients were inside the chamber, there were no hallucinations. However, when they exited the chamber, the hallucinations resumed, which proved the images and thoughts are broadcast to the person from the outside. So the consciousness creates an image for the patient, and the eye radiates into space a representation of the image, the person's thoughts, and the patient sees this picture before his eyes. It turns out that insanity is an individual distortion. The consciousness forms pictures, creates auditory hallucinations, and the patients themselves do not understand who is doing it. However, when the attention is shifted away from the image, the picture, including the hallucination, disappears. Academician, neuropathologist, physiologist and psychiatrist Vladimir Bekhterev proved this by conducting numerous experiments with his patients. So the image is preserved thanks to the attention of the person themselves. So Krokhalev's experiments proved that consciousness has a wave nature, acts as a wave from outside, which means it is a field structure separate from the person themselves. By 1990, about 80 articles had been written by Krokhalev's research, 33 publications in different countries of the world, 6 documentary films had been made, but his research was classified. Where are his works, which he claimed would bring him the Nobel Prize? Why were they classified? These experiments make us think about many things, and in particular, who in us makes the decisions. Psychology also explores this topic, putting forward theories of consciousness. However, these theories raise many questions, and the only thing that psychology has proven is our duality. And so far, we know that we have a spiritual and animal, beastly beginning in us. So the 20th century Nobel Prize winning neurophysiologist John Eccles, based on this dualism, together with the German physicist Friedrich Beck, came to the conclusion that consciousness is a spirit that is outside the brain and exists independently of it. Neurologist Charles Scott Sherrington also believed that the mechanism of brain function is triggered by some mental factor that's outside the human body. So what is consciousness then? What is the neural network of the brain for, and what are its functions? American engineer Robert Allen Monroe, studying consciousness, which he called the field body, discovered that it has quite real physical properties. For example, it interacts with magnetic fields, it is attracted by sources of strong fields, reflects or scatters electromagnetic radiation in the visible range of the spectrum, interacts with the gravitational field as well. Alexander Valentinovich Bukalov, PhD in psychology and socionics, claims that consciousness is a field structure. As a field structure is highly flexible and elastic, a superfluid quantum structure that is capable of extending over considerable distances. And this is attributed to the fact that a superfluid liquid, while remaining unified whole, can elongate in a thread as thin as an atom without breaking. At the same time, such structures interact with electrons and protons, or more precisely, the quarks composing them. Thus, by definition, they should interact with the magnetic and electric fields. Italian scientists Arturo Tozzi and James Peters claim that consciousness is multidimensional and exists in a 4-dimensional space. So the brain processes incoming information, adds new meanings to it, and only after that the personality receives this information. In other words, the person receives information from the consciousness already processed by the neural network, but with some new meanings. I propose to watch an excerpt from the video with participation of Igor Mikhailovich Danilov on this topic.
Our consciousness is not in the head, and those very neurophysiologists already understand very well that neurons perform a connecting function, but in no way they are a source of consciousness.
There is one more interesting point. You said that our consciousness is not in the head, yet where is consciousness located, and where is personality located, if we speak from the perspective of dimensions?
Well, if we speak in reality, in our understanding, for example, we are in the three-dimensionality with our brain, a bunch of neurons and all its functions. Our consciousness is in the 4th dimension, meaning 1 floor higher, whereas a human as personality is located between the 6th and the 7th dimensions, that is under the ceiling of the 6th dimension, so to say, not in the 7th one.
Thank you, Igor Mikhailovich, for this very fascinating information about the dimension in which we as personality find ourselves. Let's continue. Academician Konstantin Vladimirovich Anokhin, director of the Institute for Advanced Brain Studies at Lomonosov Moscow State University, says the following about multidimensionality. For a neuroscientific understanding of consciousness, it is necessary to start considering the brain not as a connectome, a neural network, but as a cognitome, a neural hypernetwork. According to this approach, consciousness is a particular form of dynamics in this hypernetwork, a large-scale integration of its cognitive elements. So, in other words, the brain is not a giant neural network. The description of the brain as a nerve network covers only its lower level, which does not provide understanding of neither psyche nor consciousness. And in fact, there is a second level within it. This higher level consists of elements entirely different from nerve cells and their connections, and has a completely different structure compared to the nerve network. So the main components of the higher structure of the brain are not neurons and the wires between them, but rather special cellular cognitive groups known as cogs, which form a network. These networks form one complex hypernetwork. The dynamics of the hypernetwork is the manifestation of our emotions and thinking. So if there is no hypernetwork, there are no mental functions. Nodes in this neural network, hypernetwork, possess fundamentally new properties and represent granules of cognitive information, knowledge about the world. A group of neurons, like sheaves of hay, as you see on the image, form a node called a cog, where incoming information is recognized, extracted, interpreted, and processed. So cogs have stable connections between them called comms that facilitate communication between them. And this connection is made thanks to the person's attention. The information the person invests determines the formation of respective connections between neurons. So the cogs and comms form a hyper network called a cognitome, which represents the subjective experience of an individual. New cogs emerge when new information comes in. The formation of the new cog initiates the process of establishing connections with other cogs. This involves comparing the results of experience with the results of others, forming associations between new ideas and previously known ones, and so on. So the more a person develops intellectually and learns new things, the more cogs are formed in the neural network, and the smarter this person is. Neurons are electrically excitable cells designed to receive, process, store, and transmit information. And this interaction of information happens all the time, which means that the neural network cannot be idle. It is constantly processing information, and everything depends on a person. The more they learn something new, study, analyze, the less useless thoughts they will have, because the neural network is busy processing new information. But if a person doesn't learn anything new, doesn't form new cogs, then the personality will receive various images. And by directing attention to these images, the thoughts arise, and thereby forming connections between cogs, the comms. And more frequently a person thinks about the same thing, the stronger the connection between cogs then becomes, making it more difficult to let go of that thought, which then becomes obsessive. So, in other words, a physical neural connection is formed specifically for negative or positive thinking. And therefore, the process of changing one's way of thinking requires a certain amount of time and effort to form new neural connections. Let's watch the excerpt from the video, Opportunities and Prospects, with the participation of Igor Mikhailovich Danilov.
I would say that nowadays we have lost the understanding of what we are here for and how we should live. Basically, We graduated from secondary school, from university, and that's it. We went to work, and thereafter everything is meaningless and monotonous.
Everything is programmed.
It's actually frightening. Do you know that a human being has been created for lifelong learning, lifelong development, not just for watching TV series and guessing what is someone going to say there, or to watch some bloggers who will tell you, today I fried some pastries, and tomorrow I want to boil potatoes, right? Well, of course, this is serious, important information, very important. Isn't this offensive for you? People, your neurons are suffering. Your brain is not working, because in order for it to work normally, it needs a huge flow of information, new information. Then these connections are formed between neurons. Do you know what their function is? No, not memory. Their function is to create new pictures in your head. New information should be constantly coming into your head. You should constantly evolve. If a person doesn't evolve, if he doesn't constantly study something new, he begins to degrade. It's a law of nature. If we do not grow, we wither. That is basically the whole essence of human existence. As soon as we stop our learning, we cease to exist. Then through inertia, we roll down the mountain. This is unacceptable. Why? Because human beings are arranged in a way fractally similar to representatives of the spiritual world. And just for you to know, there is constant development. There is no end to development. Simply no end, not even in eternity. A human is obliged to evolve in this world as well. From the moment we first master elementary skills, we must improve. That's when it will be right. Some people will say, when can I do that? I'm busy after all. That's why the creative society is needed, so that everyone would have time for their own development, so that life would be beautiful and interesting, and not in order to be content with what you have. Yes, it is possible to live like that too. But how are we different from pigs in this case? Tell me. We aren't at all, but we are human beings.
Thank you, Igor Mikhailovich. The fact is that the neuron is designed to receive information specifically from the outside and transmit it outwards is indeed intriguing. So this implies that the neural network operates only with information coming in from the outside. And in his monograph on the structure of matter, Vladimir Vek describes the process of how incoming information unfolds. He states that it is at the moment of photon penetration into the photoelectron shell that the transfer of information takes place and the primary image is formed. In other words, electrons emit and absorb virtual photons, which are quanta of their electromagnetic field. These photons carry information and polarize the vacuum, resulting in the occurrence of space torsion. As these photons pass through the photoelectron shell, an image is formed, which then comes to the person as a visual representation. It is the incoming external particles that provide the person with all mental functions, such as memory, logic, thinking, and emotions. Professor Nikolai Ivanovich Kobazev from Moscow State University called them ultralight particles, psychons, of a physical vacuum, which are the energy foundation of thought processes and emotional impulses. It is psychons that transmit information to the neural network of the brain. And these special particles have extremely low mass and entropy, meaning high orderliness, and are associated with the process of gravitational compression of dispersed gas. With such low entropy structures, not only the normal function of consciousness, but also material life would be impossible. Kobazev also discovered that the crystals of the brain's pineal gland serve as carriers of holograms, which determine the spatial and temporal unfolding of all psychogenetic programs established at birth. This is a huge amount of information about various positive and negative programs of human life. So this program matrix unfolds in time and space thanks to informational particles, psychons of the physical vacuum. In other words, there is a gravitational compression of dispersed gas leading to the manifestation of matter. And since these particles have a constant tendency towards compression, which could lead to thermal death, then according to astrophysicist and doctor of physical and mathematical scientist Nikolai Alexandrovich Kozyrev, time with its physical properties can bring life into the world, prevent the onset of its thermal death, and ensure the harmony of life and death within it. The action of time serves as the foundation for the emergence of memory phenomena. And Konstantin Vladimirovich Anokhin believes that humans have two levels of consciousness, primary and secondary. The primary consciousness is linked to the nervous system of a human body and is compared to the consciousness of animals and birds. And the secondary consciousness involves a language and a mentality. So this implies that consciousness has levels, or in other words, substructures. Academician Nikolai Kirilenko also writes about this. According to modern understanding, the human physical body at the material level consists of elementary particles that have their own rotation, spin. This vortex rotation is the source of the human torsion field, resulting in the polarization of the physical vacuum. So the vortices interact with each other instantaneously, transmitting information. Hence, humans can manifest unusual phenomena related to extrasensory perception, telepathy, and telekinesis. The torsion field of a human forms quantum field information structures in the physical vacuum. And each field structure behaves individually and is responsible for its process in the human body. So modern science, using the Kirian effect, has discovered that humans possess not only a physical body, but also an energy, subtle body, which is intricately connected to the physical. Its properties are still not well studied, but research in this direction is ongoing. So we invite you to watch a fragment of an interview with Maria Kuman, a PhD in biology, professor at the Holistic Research Institute in the USA and author of books.
I started photographing the aura, and I found out with Kirlian photography, and I was seeing that the aura is brighter at positive emotions and dimmer at negative emotions, which means that the aura is emotionally sensitive. Since when we experience positive emotions, we'll say we're in high spirit. And when we experience negative emotion, we say we are in low spirit. Since the aura is very weak, and I cannot see in numbers how much brighter or how much dimmer the aura is, I decided to create equipment sensitive enough that will allow me to measure this. And I started measuring. And I found that this field has, the field of a human spirit, has vortices and anti-vortices, and which means it is a non-linear field. When the water runs along a river, when the bottom is smooth, it is the water runs in a linear way. But if there is a big stone, it needs to run around it. And behind the stones, you will see two spinning, water spinning in opposite direction. When it spins clockwise, it's called vortex. When it spins counterclockwise, it is called antivortex. So we have, our field has vortices and antivortices. And he is the proof that the spirit not only exists, it rules all the processes in the body. The non-linear field have two essential properties. It does not dissipate and can input information. So the spirit rules not with its strength, it's too weak to do this, but with the information it carries, it is information. And I concluded there is a space matrix which is non-linear to universe field. The spirit is our gift of God, and the spirit is what comes from God. And the spirit plays essential role. It determines the type of personality. But in the human body, when the material body that is underneath is anti-vortex, the spirit is vortex, and they are attracted magnetically. And the spirit that we have is one half of what is the Creator God. There is a region in the middle of the body that belongs to both the spirit and the material body. And these are called the chakras of the soul. So my mother used to say that God is inside you, and she was absolutely right. And she said, if you choose to believe that God exists, your life is going to be much easier. But if you choose to believe that God does not exist, you are playing the role of God, and your life is going to be very heavy.
Thank you, Dr. Kuhlman. So, how can a person ascertain that God exists? Take the opposite approach. If there is a devil, it means that God exists as well. As we have realized today, an individual's personal devil is his or her consciousness, who endowed humans with consciousness, with that which tests human beings throughout their lives for their humanity. Consciousness is a separate energy and information field structure. It has a wave-like characteristic and forms all the psychological functions of a human, as well as controls the body's chemistry. Consciousness is multi-layered and multi-level. In general, it can be divided into primary and secondary consciousness. And you can learn more about primary and secondary consciousness by watching the film Consciousness and Personality, From the Inevitably Dead to the Eternally Alive. Studying consciousness, not only in terms of what it consists of, but also how it functions, how it deceives a person, is one of the main tasks of modern science. This knowledge is important for anyone who wants to break free from the slavery of his or her personal devil and get to know God. What will happen to a person when they navigate through all the cunning traps of consciousness and become a true human? I suggest watching a video about the energy structure of a human being.
The human being is the most mysterious creation on the planet. The human body seems to be a perfect biomachine which performs a variety of functions, not only on the outside, but also on the inside. We move in three-dimensional space, perform various tasks, make decisions, process information, and communicate. However, there is something unaccounted for, which modern equipment cannot yet detect, but which can be clearly felt by a human. It is the subtle material component of a human being which is invisible to the eye, the human energy structure. The energy structure has the form of a truncated pyramid with a detached top. The square base of the pyramid is divided into 4 parts by a diagonal cross. A person is located in the center of the diagonal cross. which divides the space around him into 4 parts that have volume. In other words, there are 4 triangular-shaped spaces in front, behind, and on each side of the person. These spaces are zones of the essences. Moreover, the human body emits the so-called biofield. This biofield is non-uniform in its frequency characteristics because the frequency emitted by the brain differs from the frequency of other organs such as kidneys or liver. That's why the human biofield is multicolored. Now let's take a closer look at the detached top of the pyramid. The top is located about 1/2 meter or 1.5 feet above the tip of the head. This distance is approximate because every person is unique. It is here, in the conventional top of the pyramid, that thoughts are born. Personality is located in the center of the top. Personality is what any person feels himself to be during life. It is the one who makes a choice between the spiritual and animal natures, draws conclusions, does analytical work, and accumulates personal experience of dominant feelings and emotions. Between the top and the truncated pyramid, there is consciousness, or rather, a field of consciousness that consists of septons. The top of the pyramid is a kind of antenna that constantly receives thoughts. Thoughts, in their turn, are waves coming from the outside. Now let's take a look at the main and the most important part of the human structure, the soul. The soul is true antimatter, and the rest of the energy structure in 6 dimensions is built around it. If we take the structure of the physical body, the approximate location of the soul is the solar plexus area, which is the actual center of a human being. The soul enters the developing energy structure of a human being on the 8th day after the birth of the physical body. Between the soul and personality, there is the so-called silver thread. This is the channel which connects the soul and the personality. The soul is continuously sending the power of ALLATRA to personality through this septon channel. The power of ALLATRA is given to a human for personality to merge with the soul. It is this power that constitutes the power of attention. Personality activates those programs to which it gives the power of its attention. If personality puts more attention into the septon field, meaning material existence, then the power of ALLATRA is irrevocably spent on maintaining and developing the material system. As a result, after the death of the body, personality turns into a sub-personality, which is an informational part of the mortal material system. If every day personality gives more attention to the deepest feelings, directing them towards the soul, as a result, a qualitative change of the energy structure takes place, and personality merges with the soul. An entirely new being emerges, a being of the spiritual world. Just like the number of unsolved mysteries of human existence, the process of a human learning his nature is infinite. People still have much to learn, since every answer raises even more questions.
We are grateful to our speakers and all those who participated in the research and search for this information and evidence. As they say, he who seeks the truth is sure to find it. The facts confirming that consciousness is not in the human brain and is not generated by it are staggering.
Yes, Katka. What is also surprising is that our consciousness is set aggressively against us. Though, logically, if it is our consciousness, it should serve us. But in fact, it skillfully manages and manipulates us, and in such a way that we people, having lived our whole life, may not understand it.
And this is not surprising. After all, as we have been able to understand and see, modern science does not seriously study the operation of consciousness and all of its capabilities. And it's not clear why. The ability of consciousness to create illusions and drive scientists who try to study it to suicide can stop any researcher. After all, modern science denies the experience of subtle invisible world. And if so, it means that it is not studied, and where there is no knowledge, there is only fear and misunderstanding.
Yes, this is a very important question. What do scientists who encounter the manifestation of the invisible world in their research do? How can they protect themselves and not be afraid to be killed by their own consciousness and beings from the invisible world? Shouldn't they really run to the church for help?
You know, Monica, a lot of scientists, when facing with metaphysics, if they survived, just gave up doing that research. Some of them ended up in a psychiatric hospital, others ran to religion for help and answers, but religion cannot always provide answers to these questions. And this is understandable because what we can read in the scriptures about the afterlife of a person raises many questions, so to say. Arman and Nizam will tell us about how hell and heaven are represented in religions.
Máte slovo.
Представьте, что вы умерли.
Imagine that you have passed away. What happens to you next? Have you ever thought about it? Have you tried discussing it with your family or friends and acquaintances? Well, come to work tomorrow or meet your friends and ask them that question. Ask them if they know what happens to them after they die. Well, only don't go to your mother-in-law in the kitchen with such a question. She will misunderstand you. But try it with your friends and notice their reactions. Will they support the conversation? Oh, you don't want to spoil theirs or your celebration of life? Why do you avoid this subject? Do you lack knowledge in this sphere? Maybe you are afraid or there's some other reason for that? You see, with friends, acquaintances, and different people in general, we discuss a lot of unnecessary rubbish. Who and how got together or broke up, who, what wears, what clothes they wear, what cars they drive, who said to whom what, and how they looked at whom, and you know, but we avoid talking about this topic. What is more important for us? After all, death is a natural physiological process. Just as sleeping and eating, our organism is built that way. In order to live, it needs nourishment and rest in the form of sleep, and its lifespan is finite. And this is something that will absolutely happen to all of us. No one will escape it. And that's when we'll find out what's going on there, but maybe then it will be too late. Maybe we should start asking ourselves that question now. Even when we go outside, we look at the weather forecast, so we should know whether to get umbrella or not. Or when we get to the elevator, it's not like the unknown is waiting for us there. That would be strange, wouldn't it? We are aware of the purpose for which we are entering the elevator and to which floor we are going to. But knowing what awaits us after the death of the physical body is much more important for us. After all, we have to prepare for our future. On the other hand, if someone asks themselves this question, where to get information about this, there is not much knowledge on this topic in our world.
Perhaps the main source from which we get information on the subject, whether we are believers or
atheists who are religious and scriptures. For example, Christianity describes hell as the place where sinners go after death, also known as eternal torment, Tartarus, the fiery Gehenna, or unquenchable fire. To the Muslims, hell or Jahannam is described as the afterlife where sinners go in torment of fire, but the fire of hell is many times more excruciating than earthly fire. The sinners there are bound in chains, clothed in garments of pitch, and their faces are covered with fire. They drink boiling water that opens up their insides, or water full of pus. How do you like that prospect? And how about the fact that we are promised that the dead will be resurrected in their bodies at the time of the second coming? I would now like to be in the cemetery at the time of their resurrection, especially if it happens at night. In such a way, one could find himself among those who have to be resurrected. But how attractively heaven is described in religions. It makes you want to go there at once. There we will have a rest from worldly cares at last and live our lives to the fullest. After all, there is eternal youth, peace, absence of evil, sorrow and diseases, all kinds of physical pleasures and plenty of delicious food and drinks there. It is described as a divine paradise garden filled with pools of water and ever-blooming herbs, like an analog of earthly existence, only many times better. There are plants, evergreen trees that bear fruit and animals that can be eaten, but the meat on their bones grows back to these animals, are resurrected every day. So, as you can see, they have not forgotten about vegetarians either. They're bound to like it. Muslims are promised that after death, the inhabitants of paradise will lie on their embroidered beds and be adorned with silver jewelry, that the righteous will be given eternally young spouses or maidens of paradise, the houri, of whom there will be about 72, and the age of the inhabitants of paradise will be around 33. Women, too, have not been forgotten. Muslim women will be given their spouses, and surprise, their man will have a sexual power of 100 men, which is 100 times more than in life. Who could refuse such a thing? Sounds very tempting, but at the same time, there are several questions. Who will be houris for the men and the spouses of the women who got to heaven? Will they be human beings? Why I ask? Because if it is going to be a person in paradise, then he too should enjoy all the benefits of paradise instead of pleasing you. Maybe sinners who have led a promiscuous life in the world, and in this way God has decided to punish them, and they are now pleasing the saints. And if it is not a human being, that is a creature without a soul, who could it be? A latex robot with special functions, or just an animal with a human body but without soul? Who do you think it could be? And notice, both heaven and hell, when described in many religions, are all tied to the body, to its punishment or pleasures. Basically, everything is aimed at affecting the material flesh. But then, what about the assertion in the same religions that a human being is spirit and only angels can reach paradise? An angel is an asexual being. After all, this understanding has been in all sacred writings from the immemorial. And now, just imagine, you have no gender, you do not have a body because the body is a material part, it has rotten away after your death, or it has been burned. So there is no body, no eyes, no genitals. And the question rises, what will you lie on the embroidered beds with, and what for you need those beautiful 72 virgins or spouses full of strength?
Right, that's a fun perspective on the representation of heaven and hell in religions. People with logic and common sense cannot be convinced by descriptions of paradise and hell in religions, and they cannot even be interested in them. Unless a person who cannot realize, fulfill his wild fantasies in life may pay attention to it. That is why many scientists find it very difficult to believe in such prospects for the afterlife, and they seek to understand these matters in the ways available to them. Scientists, in practice, have come across cases where people, after having been in a state of clinical death, subsequently talk about what they saw and heard during that state, when they, according to our understanding, could neither see nor hear. Clinical death, or the so-called near-death experience, is when the heart stops and the person's brain shuts down because the blood supply is cut off. There have been experiments when an encephalogram was connected to a person's brain in the state of clinical death, and the fading and inactivity of the neuron group was observed. The patient experienced leaving the body at this point, seeing what was going on in the room. And here, the activity of the neural group should have been manifested in certain foci when the person is forming these images and flights of fantasy, because the person, when leaving the body, is very emotionally active and emotions cannot remain unchecked. But such activity has not been observed. By means of what, then, does a person see and hear in this state? The first researcher who paid attention to this phenomenon and collected a lot of statistical material was the American psychologist and psychiatrist Raymond Moody. In 1975, he published the results of his research in his book Life After Death. Moody summarized the accounts of experiences of 250 patients who had died and been revived, resuscitated. He relied exclusively on these people's memories of how, at the moment of dying, they first heard an unpleasant noise, a loud ringing sound, then they moved through a long dark tunnel, at the end of which a light was, meeting them with they met previously dead relatives and friends. All the while they felt that they were outside of their bodies. Then came the feeling of peace and joy of being reunited with their physical shell. What did they see with, hear and feel if the brain was inactive and sensory equipment registered to a complete calm? Jeffrey Long, an oncologist with more than 30 years experience, has researched and described many examples of near-death experiences in his book Evidence of the Afterlife, and he described this state in the following way. When the heart stops beating, blood immediately stops flowing to the brain. Approximately 10 to 20 seconds after blood stops flowing to the brain, brain activity necessary for consciousness stops. Brain activity can be measured by an encephalogram. When brain activity stops, the EEG reads to go flat. To find out what conclusions Jeffrey Long came to in his research of the near-death experiences, let's watch a video with participation from the roundtable Consciousness Outside the Body, following the conference Life After Death, Fiction and Facts.
In my research with over 3,500 near-death experiencers, we ask surveys online, very detailed surveys, to help understand what happened during the near-death experience. Literally by the thousands, people describe consciousness separating from their body at the time of a life-threatening event when they're physically unconscious or clinically dead with no heartbeat. It should be impossible for them to have any lucid, organized remembrance at that time. But again, by the thousands, near-death experiencers are reporting to me and to other near-death experience researchers that consciousness really goes on, typically going above the body. In my studies, what they see and hear with their consciousness separate from the body while they're unconscious or clinically dead is almost invariably, about 98% of the time in my research, accurate down to the finest details. Even when the consciousness leaves the area of their physical body and observes and hears, sees ongoing earthly events far from their physical body while they're having that close brush with death, almost invariably, they're accurate down to the finest details. That's absolutely medically inexplicable. and extremely strong evidence that consciousness really does exist apart from the physical body. And it's not just ordinary consciousness. As our consciousness proceeds and the near-death experience becomes deeper, we overwhelmingly consistently see that their consciousness seems to be accelerated. For example, during a near-death experience, they may review a portion or even the entirety of their prior life in seconds to minutes, even though their prior life existed as decades. Again, showing the overwhelming acceleration of consciousness during near-death experiences.
British scientist Sam Parnia, who led a large-scale clinical death study lasting more than 4 years, has concluded that human consciousness is capable of surviving brain death, which is when blood is not supplied to the brain and its electrical activity ceases. The experiment involved 15 hospitals from 3 countries, USA, Great Britain and Australia. They studied people who had suffered a cardiac arrest in the first place. Of the 2,060 patients, 330 survived. Almost half of them said they were able to perceive what was going on around them even after clinical death. Most patients stated that they were conscious, and some of them actually retold conversations that medical staff were having while they were clinically dead. Others gave an accurate description of what was happening during this time period. Sam Parnia asserts that the brain, like any other organ of the human body, is made up of cells and isn't capable of thinking. However, it can function as a thought-detecting device, that is, an antenna, which makes it possible to receive signals from outside. Scientists have suggested that during clinical death, consciousness, acting independently of the brain, uses it as a screen, like a television receiver that first receives the waves that hit it and then converts them into sound and images. If we turn off the radio, it doesn't mean the station has stopped broadcasting. In normal life, the brain receives information from the world around it through the sense organs, transfers it to consciousness, and consciousness transfers this information to personality or a person. In other words, information comes to a person through an intermediary, which can easily make changes in it. The brain also acts as a monitor on which consciousness shows necessary information, displays it. That is why people often see and hear the same thing and describe them differently. Consciousness deceives a person in perception. It doesn't cease to exist after the death of the body, so everything is as it was before death, thoughts and emotions, except there is no body.
Michael Sabom,
professor of medicine, is a practicing cardiologist who has had a large number of people brought back to life. His research also confirms that consciousness exists separately from the brain. The scientist has collected testimonies from 166 of his patients, and for the observations he selected only adequate, mentally sane people. He questioned patients who had survived resuscitation in detail, writing down that they saw and felt when they were in a lifeless state. If someone claimed to have left the body and moved to another room, the doctor looked for witnesses. He interviewed them, writing down what was happening in that room at the time. Then he matched the patient's stories with the testimonies of people who had actually been in that place. On the basis of his scientific and medical research, he wrote and published the book Recollections of Death in 1981, where he wrote that based on the analysis of his findings, nowadays only those who are not familiar with the modern scientific research can doubt the existence of the afterlife. It should be noted that Michael Sabom was an atheist, and he strictly separated science from religions.
The fact of continuation of life of consciousness after the death of the body is confirmed by Professor Natalia Bekterova in her book The Magic of the Brain and the Labyrinths of Life. In it, she tells about an interesting case. A middle-aged woman was operated on. There developed clinical death on the operation table. She was brought back to life and knew nothing about her brief death. When she woke up, she said she had left her body and she had been somewhere above. She saw her body lying there and the doctors were around it. And she realized that she was probably dead. She was afraid for her mother and daughter. She hadn't warned them about the operation. And thinking of her relatives at home, she suddenly found herself at home. Her daughter was trying on a blue polka dot dress. A neighbor came in and said, Lysenka would like this. Lysenka was her, invisibly present there. All was quiet and peaceful at home, and at that moment she found herself again in the operating room, awake. The psychotherapist offered to go to Lysenka's home to comfort her family. The offer was met with gratitude, and they immediately went there. The mother and daughter were astonished when he mentioned that blue dress and of the neighbor. They could not understand how he knew of the events, according to which the laws of nature he could not know. Bechterev writes, "It is impressive when the resurrected talk about the things they saw which actually happened. Lying on the operation table, under no circumstances could they see the events described, which took place far away from the hospital." We invite you to hear patients' summarized understandings, experiences of what they encounter when experiencing this experience in interviews with Jeffrey Lone.
Near-death experiences, just so all viewers are up to speed on this, occur when you're unconscious or clinically dead, and about 10 to 20% of people that nearly die like that will have a highly lucid, organized experience called a near-death experience. Now, no two near-death experiences are the same, but in the over 4,000 I've discovered, people are either aware of or God during their near-death experiences, about over 10% of near-death experiences. So we literally have hundreds and hundreds of near-death experiences that describe God. So number one, it's a very, very large data set. And secondly, and importantly, God is remarkably consistently described. And God is consistently described anywhere on the earth that the near-death experience occurs. Amazingly, it doesn't seem to make any difference whether you're, say, a Muslim in Egypt or Hindu in India or Christian in the United States or even atheists have reported encountering God. Anywhere on the planet and whatever their prior belief, God is overwhelmingly consistently described in near-death experiences. So God in near-death experiences is not a product of pre-existing cultural belief. God in near-death experiences transcends all prior beliefs that people may have had. And yet we see this overwhelmingly consistent description of God, and descriptions that aren't attributable to pre-existing society, cultural, or even religious beliefs. For example, the concept when people are encountering God that we're all one, we're all connected, that there's that strong sense of unity, well, which is not really emphasized in traditional Western religions, and yet we see that with overwhelming consistency. So that's why I feel that God is basically proven, his reality is proven in near-death experiences, and importantly, we can know some very important concepts about God.
That is, as we understand from what we have heard, during the inactivity of the neural groups in the brain of a person who is clinically dead, they see, hear, and feel what is happening with their consciousness, which according to the researchers' findings is outside the body. This is how patients describe seeing themselves as if from outside the body. When they leave the body, they experience freedom from the physical body, and unboundedness of consciousness. That is, as we see under certain conditions, our consciousness has, so to speak, supernatural abilities like spherical vision, 360 degrees, perception of everything going on around. It can travel outside the room, moving around instantly, see, hear, and remember events and people it moved to, what they were doing and saying. And these are clear signs of field structure. Only the wave is not limited. It is interesting that people in their normal state can also benefit from such amazing properties of consciousness. But not everyone is able to do so. Why does this happen? Why does consciousness hide its real capabilities from a person? Why are these supervising facts of the work of consciousness not thoroughly studied by scientists? The answer to this question has been stated earlier. Scientists have encountered the unexplainable, something that is beyond their comprehension. Many who have delved into the study of how consciousness works have committed suicide, and some have gone mad or simply given it up. So it appears that someone or something is making sure that scientists do not get to the bottom of what consciousness is and how it functions. In all the original teachings brought by the prophets and messengers of the spiritual world, it was told about a personal devil who is inside every human being. He is the one who has to be conquered, who limits the capabilities of a person, who enslaves him in matter, and who does not let him come to God. This personal devil is human consciousness. It is the one that prevents us from learning how it works. After all, it is impossible to defeat someone you do not know. And since consciousness controls the body of a person and the information he receives, it is a usual thing for consciousness to create troubles in the form of diseases of the body or hallucinations which may push a person to suicide when a person has closely studied the mechanisms and tools of consciousness. In this way, consciousness protects itself. After all, the main goal of the devil is to convince people that he does not exist. A person cannot see God, he can only feel him. But everyone can see and study the devil. For that, we just need to observe our thoughts which swirl around in our heads. And not just to observe, but to write them down in a notebook. And to make sure that there is someone inside us who thinks for himself without our knowledge and usually thinks in a negative way. You will ask, what does it take to be able to explore one's consciousness safely? For that, you have to develop yourself as a personality, to develop in yourself the feeling of love for God. Love for God is the protection which will save a researcher from negative influences of a consciousness and of the invisible world. By the way, this is what the prophets and messengers from the spiritual world told us about. Modern scientists who are open to learning new things encounter an unusual facts of healing, which gives them a glimpse behind the veil of the invisible world. Here's an interview with Jeffrey Long on what conclusions he made concerning the question of who God is after years of research in that phenomenon of clinical death.
My awareness of God comes largely from my study of near-death experiences, and there are hundreds of near-death experiences that describe an awareness or an encounter with God. A common theme in these near-death experiences that are aware of God is that God is a human word, and that can't describe the overwhelming, infinite, all-encompassing God that's encountered in near-death experiences. That any human word is limiting for description of an infinite being that is far beyond human language. Looking at God in near-death experiences, that's my main way of seeing it, God, or understanding God. By the way, as a basic scientific principle, what is real is consistently observed. And with hundreds, well over 300 observations of God in near-death experience, God's description is strikingly similar. If you're aware of a God who's punishing, judgmental, wrathful, angry, We just simply don't see that at all. I mean, I wouldn't want to limit God or how God can manifest oneself, but I would be cautious if you encounter a God that is unloving in your earthly life. I would be very questioning about that. If there's one thing that's in, again, my line of evidence is predominantly from my study of thousands of near-death experiences, over 4,000 actually. One great principle we see in near-death experiences that seems to be relevant for all of us in our earthly lives is there seems to be a premier rule, if you will, of free will. In other words, here in our earthly life, we're to live life free. We're making decisions on our own. We have the freedom to do that. I think it gives us the responsibility in our earthly life to be extra careful and choose wisely in the important, especially the important decisions we make throughout our life. I think while we have that free will, if we sort of align our values here in our earthly life with the values that we learn about God in near-death experiences, we can literally bring a piece of heaven to earth, and do that by being aware that we're all connected. First of all, I think an awareness of God, if you have a very personal sense of God, communication with God in your own life, some call it prayer, some call it meditation, but I think there's no greater evidence than for each person to have that awareness, that understanding, and accept that reality of God from their own personal experience. But as far as evidence in our earthly everyday life that we can point to and say, aha, there's evidence of God in the earthly life, occasionally, and I'm a physician that treats cancer. I'm a radiation oncology physician, and occasionally we do see some unexplained healings, literally what we would call miracles. I want to emphasize this is very rare, but they do happen. And I've seen that in my professional life, and other people have shared that they've encountered patients that have inexplicably healed to a point that it's literally miraculous. So I think if you consider miracles in our earthly everyday life, and you can certainly find evidence of God working in that very special way. I think the other evidence for God is certainly here we are as humanity, billions of people, and yet over 90% of the people on this planet believe in God. Why? Well, it seems to be that sort of that within each and every one of us, there's that sense, that be that awareness of God. And I think that's pretty strong. I mean, the world is not 90% unbelievers in God, it's 90% believers in God. So I think that's a pretty strong line of evidence that globally there seems to be, I don't think these billions of people are all wrong. So I think that's another significant line of evidence that points to the reality of God. When I use the term miracle in terms of a miraculous healing, particularly when it involves cancer, my medical specialty, I am very, very cautious about that. I don't use the term miracle lightly. It has to really be a situation, a healing so dramatic, so inexplicable with anything we know in our earthly life that is possible. If you call something a miracle, it is really absolutely beyond any possible explanation of occurring in the physical world we live in. I mean, the implication here is there must be something beyond this physical world, and that's, you get into the realm of God, that for that particular very fortunate individuals that I've heard of, it is important enough that they be healed, that a miracle occurred. And looking outside of just the concept of medical healing, there are certainly from time to time literal miracles that occur in this earth. And, keep your eyes out, be aware for that. If something is absolutely not explainable by natural means, think about that you've seen another miracle. So many scientists deny the existence of God. I think here in America, I think the majority of scientists accept God, but worldwide, I think you're right, probably the majority of scientists don't believe in the existence of God, or at least are agnostic, they're not sure. I think it's very unfortunate. I think if people were really to ask that question and sincerely seek the reality of God, they too could find God within their heart. I wish more scientists were more open-minded about that, and seekers, seeking to know if God is real. And I think you would find the many scientists that don't believe in God would probably find the way working between them and God, find that God is real. And not only is God real, but God can be a very important and positive force in their life and the life of anyone on the planet.
It is important to note that a state of clinical death is not the afterlife or a manifestation of God. It is one of the transitional states of a person when he is not dead yet, just tapped a little bit over the edge. But what happens afterwards when a person really dies? Modern science has no such facts and experience. This field has not been studied by us. What can we rely on this subject? What facts do we have? Reincarnation. Knowledge about it is reflected practically in all religions. But to write is one thing, and to understand how and know how this mechanism works is another. I suggest referring to the facts available to us about this phenomenon. Many of us are aware of real cases of reincarnation, although it must be said that there is a little reliable information on the subject. But there are those who have first-hand knowledge of it. There are three totally different kinds of reincarnation. One of them is natural reincarnation of the soul. It happens to a person who lives his life purposelessly, mostly guided by the petty desires of his ego. The second two are conscious reincarnations, where one controls the rebirth process. But these two ways are radically different from each other, and now we will talk about them and how they differ. One of the well-known reincarnators is Dalai Lama. He does not hide this and actively promotes it, saying that this way of reincarnation is the top of spiritual development in Buddhism. When he is reborn, people close to him have to find his next reincarnation by certain signs, and they have already worked out the methods of finding him. They find boys of a certain age and bring with them things from his past life that he recognizes. In his sermons, the Dalai Lama puts a lot of emphasis on consciousness and the work with it. It is not surprising because he reincarnates by consciousness, meaning his consciousness gets reborn. Therefore, he remembers his past lives, unlike us humans who are born with a blank state of the consciousness. And he uses his soul as a vehicle. Can you imagine the baggage of knowledge he possesses? No wonder he gathers a crowd of people around him. The question is, what for? What is he missing? You will say he's sharing his experience, teaching. You can learn more about Tibet's reincarnators in the 27th episode of Kaleidoscope of Facts, How Not to Go to Hell. Buddha never preached the doctrine of conscious rebirth. He said that by working on oneself, a person can reach the state of fusion with God, union with one soul, nirvana, the state of exit from the chain of reincarnations, and develop an infinite sense of inner joy and love for all that exists. And this world was regarded as a pre-door, a place of choice. That place from which a person can either go to hell, go to reincarnations, or to paradise, nirvana, to stop the chain of reincarnations of the soul, depending on how he lived his life and what he strived for. Based on that, where do you think the person who knowingly distorted the Buddha's teaching is? In paradise? According to legend, Buddha himself punished Nagarjuna, the future Dalai Lama, with the worst punishment, to be reborn on earth and never again to be able to become not only a Buddha but even just a human being, not having love and joy inside, not even peace. Not even peace is available to the Dalai Lama. So, what does he teach his followers? For more than 2,600 years, the Dalai Lama has been gathering people around him and teaching them to develop their consciousness and strive for conscious rebirth. But the most interesting thing is that he does not tell all his followers the technique of conscious rebirth. Why not? After all, that very Buddha explained to everybody without exception how to reach the state of nirvana, the Dalai Lama and his close ones are constantly gathering crowds of people and their attention. Why would enlightened and spiritually free beings need the attention of others? After all, the very Buddha preached help to others. He lived modestly, despite the fact that he was the son of a king. Unlike the Dalai Lama, who lives in luxury and uses people for his selfish interests. In this world, everything is subject to the laws of physics, and physics tells us that in order to move, moreover, to have a conscious rebirth, you need a lot of energy. And the source of this energy is exactly those people who worship the Dalai Lama as a god. Do you think it is a gift or punishment to be reborn again and again over the centuries in his world with great inner pain, emptiness, and constant energy hunger? It would be interesting if the Dalai Lama said honestly about his inner state, how he feels, and if he is happy. Another famous example of conscious reincarnation is Satya Sai Baba. Although it cannot be called reincarnation, it is an incarnation, manifestation of a soul as a spiritual being in a material body. Satya Sai Baba is a spiritual being who has already come twice to our world. He has also predicted his subsequent births, the place and from which parents he will be born. He is now expected to come the third time, but for the first time, it depends on whether people choose the consumerist or creative form of society to live in. By the way these people behave, what they teach, you can see the difference between a reincarnated consciousness, that is a superpersonality, and a spiritual being. Satya Sai Baba teaches people about gaining spiritual experience, personal freedom, love, and understanding. He teaches how to avoid subsequent reincarnations and provides various material as well as spiritual help to others without asking for anything in return. In other words, spiritual beings always work in order to bestow, unlike those who worship matter and its laws. It's quite rare that spiritual beings incarnate to help people in this world. When they come, they teach. They each time update the teachings on how to become a human being, free in spirit, free from slavery of matter, to become an angel, an immortal being. They tell us what God is and how we can become one with Him. But unfortunately, words cannot express personal experience. Therefore, each of us decides for himself how to live and whether to strive for spiritual freedom or not. And those who are consciously reborn by their consciousness do it quite often and try to attract people to their teachings, because the more energy they receive from the crowd, the more possibilities they will have. Their teachings further enslave people in matter, making them weak and dependent on multiple desires of their consciousness. The phenomena of conscious reincarnation make us aware that there is something beyond, something that exists regardless of whether we are aware of it or not, whether we believe in God or are atheists. These are real physical processes that are important to examine thoroughly. Since these facts are present in our lives, we understand that descriptions of the afterlife in religions, although seemingly absurd, do not come from nothing and are based on something. Yes, there are many substitutions there, but the point is that for a person, his existence does not end with the death of the body. What is interesting is what our scientists have come up with in their research on near-death experiences. To many, it is this experience that seems to be the place where a person goes after death. But when we also take into consideration the fact of reincarnation, it becomes clear that it does not end with the exit of consciousness from the body. The human soul and consciousness can reincarnate. But where does a person go, and what happens to him between death and reincarnation? And where do spiritual beings come from and incarnate in human body? And most importantly, where does a person go when he or she becomes an angel? Nobody has seen God. We cannot explain his manifestations, but we can understand that there is someone who created this world, and there is no point in creating anything without absorbing it. What is the purpose of creation of a human endowed with soul? In the scriptures, some knowledge has been preserved about the process taking place in the invisible world, about the spiritual development of human beings. There is also a great deal of distortion, which confuses and sometimes discourages people from studying these important topics. But as they say, facts are stubborn things. The time of blind faith have passed. The period of cognition of God through science, comprehensive study of those phenomena that surround us in everyday life is coming. After all, the death of the physical body will happen to everyone, and it is important to know and understand clearly what kind of destiny awaits us. Thank you for your attention. I give the floor to the hosts.
Ďakujeme našim rečníkom.
Thank you, our speakers. In my opinion, the topic of a person's post-mortem destiny should be one of the most important topics for modern science to study, because the death of the body is something that will happen to each of us, and it is important to know where we will move to and in what conditions.
Exactly, Katka. Unfortunately, this subject is very little studied by science, and if somebody dares to study it, he very often faces metaphysics, which leads to fear and doubt that he might be declared insane. The system itself does everything possible to prevent people from finding out the truth.
Everyone has a consciousness. How can you understand yourself if you don't know yourself, if you don't know that in addition to the biological side, humans have an energy structure? So the question arises, who created such a multi-layered energy and biological system as human beings? If not God, then who?
Yes, this is a very important question, and the answer to it can change our lives completely. After all, we still don't understand how thoughts arise in our minds and why they're almost all negative. The fact is that consciousness is a tool of the devil, and its purpose is to deceive and cheat the personality. All thoughts come to man from outside. They are imposed on him by consciousness. This means that man doesn't produce thoughts, they are offered to him. Don't you believe it? Friends, we have an experiment for you. All you need is a notebook, a pen, and a little of your time. For 1 week, as soon as a negative thought appears in your mind, immediately write it down in your notebook along with the time. Write exactly what you hear in your head. You will be surprised how many negative and unnecessary thoughts swirl around in your head without your wish.
As we have heard earlier, consciousness is a field structure that exists outside the human body. It is the tool due to which we function in 3 dimensions. Like any tool, it can serve for good or it can harm a person as a personality. To use any tool successfully, you need to know how it works. Human consciousness develops when it is constantly working, that is, learning new information. And if the flow of new information is limited, then, as we said earlier, a strong connection of cogs is formed. In other words, a person forms stable patterns or stereotypes, beyond which it is difficult to go. Look closely at this picture with the food on the plate. Most of us will see scrambled eggs and crispy fries, as this food is more familiar to us. In fact, it shows sliced apples and 2 peach halves on yogurt, but consciousness refuses to perceive it. And this always happens with what we encounter more often in life, what we react to, what we see around us. As an example, there is another image. Some will see an old man and an old woman, and some will see 2 bandura players, and many have to make an effort to see a different picture. Or the next picture. What will you see? A young girl or an old woman? If opinions differ, then an argument or conflict may arise, although in fact both characters are depicted here.
If a person lives in his patterns for a very long time, then over time he ceases to perceive a holistic picture. His consciousness selectively singles out only that which corresponds to these templates. Like in the picture where a bee and a fly are in the same field but each sees their own. The same thing happens in people's lives. Someone's consciousness focuses on the good that surrounds a person, someone's on the bad and exaggerates it. Our consciousness gives us a limited picture of the world. In the habitual state of brain operation, we cannot observe thousands of signals coming in every moment from the world around us. These are a large number of sounds, smells, pictures, sensations, and so on. From all this flow, consciousness filters out and provides you with limited information, only that which is important to you. The question is, who decides what is important to you? You as a personality or your consciousness? Not only do we receive limited information from the world around us, but even that which reaches us may be distorted by our sense organs. This produces optical, auditory, and other illusions. For example, in the picture, white dots are formed at the intersection of the bars, but for some reason we see black dots disappearing all the time. It is advisable to watch this on a large screen because your phone screen may not reflect this. Or another example, it's hard to believe that these horizontal lines are parallel, but a simple rule proves that this is so. It is better to watch the next picture on the big screen as well. Then you will see with your peripheral vision that the ornament is moving, although in fact the picture is completely still. Consciousness is very economical. To avoid wasting time on every decision and processing external new information, it uses the database that already exists. In this case, it considerably gains in speed, but there is a risk of error. This happens because consciousness often thinks up and draws up things that, from its point of view, should be there, but are not in reality. For example, you see a cow lying on the ground, and then when you look closely, it turns out to be a pile of rubbish, or a tree in the forest appears to be a person. This is because we cannot see a detailed picture at any given time, natural limitations on information analysis, and we first see blurred images, and then the surrounding reality is drawn.
Modern computer games are also based on this principle. A picture is drawn only when we approach it in the game, otherwise no memory is enough to show all the pictures in detail. That is, first, we pay attention to certain reference points on the basis of which our consciousness completes everything else with the help of already existing experience. How does this happen? Let's take a look at the following examples. Read the text on the screen. You have made sure that it is enough to have few reference points for consciousness to give out what it already knows. In addition to visual illusions, there are also olfactory illusions. This is when a person hears smells that are not there, or conversely, does not hear bright smells. This may be the result of suggestion or self-hypnosis, or it may be the result of some physiological disorder. During a lecture experiment in 1899, Edwin Emery Slosson, a chemistry professor, poured a bottle of distilled water onto cotton material, demonstratively turning away so that it was far from his nose. He told the students that a strong and peculiar but not too unpleasant smell would gradually spread from the front rows to the back of the hall. Using a stopwatch, he found that within 15 seconds, many students in the front row raised their hands, suddenly recognizing the smell. Within 40 seconds, the raised hands indicated that this running wave of smell had reached the furthest row of the hall. The experiment had to be terminated prematurely after 1 minute due to an increase in somatic and visceral complaints from the audience in the front row. The psychologist Deborah Zellner did this trick, actually an illusion that fooled both the sense of smell and sight. She poured a clear smelling liquid into 2 clear cups and added dew to one of them. She offered to smell the liquids to people with a blindfold, and to them the liquids smelled the same. However, when the same cups were smelled by people without the blindfold, the colored liquid smelled stronger.
Perhaps the most interesting are the tactile illusions. There is a psychological experiment called the rubber hand illusion. It is aimed at creating a bodily illusion in the subject that an artificial rubber arm lying on a table is part of their own body. For the experiment, the shoulder was covered with a cloth, and the partition was placed between the artificial arm and the real one. After that, they passed a light feather over both hands several times. This was enough for the brain to perceive the rubber arm as the real one. This illusion turned out to be so real, so the subject felt absolutely no pain at all when his own hand was pierced with a pin. At the same time, he was writing in pain when the rubber hand was hit with a small hammer. For the sake of purity, the experiment was conducted with several participants. Both hands were exposed to cold, fire, and a pinprick. In all cases, the brain of the subjects reacted when there was an impact on the rubber hand. Isn't it interesting that while their own hand was near, only covered by a cloth and fenced with a partition, the brain of the participants transmitted sensations after exposure to the rubber hand? That is, the experimenter managed to create the illusion that the artificial arm was a part of the subject's body, and the brain quickly rearranged itself and began to respond to all the affecting the arm.
All of the above examples show the work of our consciousness and our brain. They are quite harmless and safe, but what causes concern is that all of these principles are transferred to the relationship with the world around us, with people. How do we perceive other people if we have already heard something about them before we see or meet them? If the narrator is an authority, we already have a certain opinion. We agree with them even if they are wrong. We already have a biased attitude towards a person whom we don't know and may not even have seen. The following experiment proves this. The participants were divided into 2 groups and shown this photo. The one group was told that this man is a criminal, and to another group, he was described as a good man, a scientist. Then they were asked to say what they thought of the man. Opinions were completely contradictory. If they had been told that the man was a criminal, everyone said he wasn't good and had a mean look in his eyes. Those who had been told he was an athlete or a scientist said that he had a good look and this was a kind man. Now let's remember and be honest with ourselves. What do we often say about other people? Why do we like negative information about others more? And why do we pass it on to others so quickly? Information echolocation is information contamination, which is based on the echo chamber effect. It works on the principle of information echolocation. What echolocation is can be understood using the bat as an example. The bat sends out sound waves that spread in all directions. When they reach an obstacle or object, they are reflected and an echo occurs. This echo is picked up by the bat's ears so it can determine the size, location and shape of an object or obstacle. People do something quite similar. They transmit some information into the world around them through their words, appearance, behavior, facial expressions, thoughts, and they are reflected from the surrounding reality and come back. And there's an important nuance here. The bat sent a sound and received back its own sound, only slightly distorted by what it came in contact with. But what happens to a person? The nature of the information that comes back depends greatly on what a person has transmitted. If you are outraged by the people around you, they will react to you and return a similar reaction. Even though not everyone has reacted to your negativity, many passed by, didn't notice, or deliberately ignored it. You will get the impression that everyone around you is outraged. That is, in addition to being attuned to some information which already distorts his reality, a person doesn't receive all the signals from the world around him. After all, a lot of the information that comes to him is the reflection of the message he makes himself, further convincing him that the world around him is exactly as he thinks it is.
So, we have pointed out the fact that consciousness distorts, singles out, and draws up reality. It has its own interests, and if not controlled by personality, has great autonomy. It is very economical, so it doesn't waste energy if it doesn't benefit from it. Laziness and resistance to new ideas also helps consciousness to save energy. In particular, it defends the already formed system of beliefs and images with the help of which it analyzes the world and the incoming information. After all, if information is inconsistent with what consciousness has already taken as an axiom and built whole layers of behavioral programs and reactions on this information, then having acknowledged this information, it will have to build everything anew. For it, this is a loss of energy which has been invested in the formation of templates and stereotypes. In addition, it will have to spend energy and effort to learn new information, to form a new picture of the world. It is uncomfortable and scary for consciousness, because it will have to remain in the dark for a while on how to react on situations in which it will not be possible to use the old picture of the world, the old templates. Getting into such a situation, some people may not even survive cardinal changes. Therefore, consciousness may even switch on the mode of acute stress reaction, as in a life-threatening situation, run, fight, pretend to be dead. Let's sum up. Consciousness draws up reality, thus it saves its energy and time. Consciousness can deform, distort the picture of what is happening, present it not as it really is. Even given distorted direct observation of what is happening at the moment, even if it is sensation, smell, sounds, a picture, consciousness receives information that it is initially attuned to, ignoring objective reality. The information that comes in is often a reflection of the information that consciousness transmits to the outside world. In the other words, the information is a priori incomplete and therefore distorted. Consciousness protects the already formed picture of the world. It can keep a person in absolute certainty that his picture of the world is based on correct knowledge. Even if it brings him a lot of suffering, consciousness will avoid, interpret, and discredit facts that cast doubt on the picture of the world formed by consciousness by all available means. As we have seen, one has to keep an eye on his own consciousness, for as soon as a man enters the automatism mode, energy saving and acting in accordance with templates of consciousness, he enters the world of lie. and deceit generated by his own consciousness. The result of such deception is evident: the consumer format of society. This is a world that is built on the principles of work of our consciousness. Consciousness as a clever and cunning beast where the strongest survive. And if we as humans want to get rid of the dictator in our head, we need to start studying it in order to understand how it deceives us and what we need to do so that it doesn't rule us, but we rule it, so that it is a good tool for everyone to solve a huge number of questions and tasks, especially in such difficult times as now. Tatiana Zinchenko, PhD in psychology, psychotherapist, psychiatrist, psychologist, rehabilitologist, president of the International Association for the Study of Gambling Addictions, will tell us about the modes in which our consciousness can operate, the possibilities it has, and how the spiritual development of man affects the controllability of consciousness.
Greetings, friends. As we can see, human being is a rather complex structure consisting of a visible part, the body with its functions, consciousness as a field structure, the soul as an invisible source of life, and human being as a personality, the one who observes everything that happens at the internal and external levels and makes a choice of what processes, stimuli or desires to give his attention to. Official science has a different view and defines the main sequence in the interaction brain, consciousness, personality, observer from a materialistic position. According to the materialistic paradigm, a person is a physical body. Therefore, the neural activity of the brain creates consciousness and all its manifestations, thoughts, emotions, desires, while consciousness forms self-consciousness and personality. But there are numerous facts and phenomena suggesting that events unfold in reverse order. They point directly to the fact that we are observers of the mental processes unfolding in our minds, while the brain responds to the mental activity that this observer chooses and determines with his attention. In other words, the brain reflects the consequences of the work of consciousness in the form of certain neural activity. What we pay attention to, meaning what to think about, what to desire, what to perceive, and how to treat it, will unfold in the brain in the form of activity of certain neural networks and neurochemical processes. After that, the autonomic, immune, and hormonal systems respond to this, and changes are initiated throughout the body. Luckily, apart from introspective first-person observations, which materialistic science is very skeptical about, there are a number of phenomena that prove very clearly that a human being goes far beyond the physiology of the body and the brain with its higher nervous activity. Let's consider some of them. The first group of phenomena is based on the principle of suggestion, which comes in two types. The first type, known as self-hypnosis or auto-hypnosis, is based on the individual work of a person on himself, with his consciousness, beliefs, attitudes, judgments, etc., and physical body. It is a deliberate choice made by the person. Self-hypnosis is essentially a psychotechnology of self-alignment and self-regulation by means of auto-reports or positive affirmations. It is based on the same principle as autogenic training. We will consider this method of self-regulation in more detail later on. And the second type, referred to as hypnosis or suggestion, is a forceful influence of a hypnotist on a person's consciousness and behavior through direct orders to the subconscious. This psychotechnology, with a history of many thousands of years, is widely used in mystical and religious rituals almost everywhere, primarily for the purpose of controlling people. Since the late 19th century, hypnosis has been actively integrated into clinical practice, particularly by psychiatrists and psychotherapists, and extensively studied. However, science has not yet been able to fully grasp the essence of this phenomenon. From the position of the existing scientific paradigm, it is impossible to explain how it works. A person is put into an altered state of consciousness, characterized by a narrowed focus on a single stimulus, absence of critical thinking and suggestibility. From then on, the suggester, hypnotist, can induce various alterations in the individual's perception.
physical sensations, and behavior through verbal commands prompting hallucinations of any kind. For instance, a person experiencing induced catalepsy, stiffness of muscles, can be positioned in any manner, remaining rigid like a statue and displaying remarkable endurance, as if his body were made of metal. If the hypnotist orders him to touch an object and says that it is very hot, the person will get a real burn. Conversely, the hypnotist may say that he intends to pierce the sleeve of the shirt with a long needle, but while doing so, he will pierce the skin fold on the forearm, and the person in a deep state of hypnosis will not even feel the pain. Moreover, there will be no blood, wound or inflammation at the puncture site. This stage of hypnosis is often referred to as somnambulistic trance, because people literally behave like somnambulists. Who don't remember anything about themselves and completely forget everything after the session. During this state, people may identify themselves by different names. They can draw, sing, speak a foreign language, or compose poetry, even though they have never done that before. They may communicate with a mop like with a girl on a date, or see a baby in a plush toy or in a bundle of cloth. Soviet psychiatrist Konstantin Ivanovich Platonov, a student of Vladimir Mikhailovich Bekhterev, proved in the 1930s through numerous experiments that almost all physiological functions can be changed through suggestion, such as blood composition, operation of the cardiovascular and digestive systems, pain sensations, reaction to an insinuated burn, or muscle tone. He published a monograph, The Word as a Physiological and Therapeutic Factor, where he described all of this. But how is it possible? After all, nothing but words, information, affect the human body. However, physiological and biochemical parameters of the body are completely changed, not to mention the behavior. In 1997, Canadian scientist Pierre Rainville proved, using modern MRI technology, that with the help of suggestion, it is possible to make changes in the intensity of regional cerebral blood flow, which directly affects the perception of pain. The founder of an entire dynasty of animal trainers, Vladimir Leonidovich Durov, discovered during his work with animals that when he only imagined the action he wanted the animal to perform while looking it in the eye, the animal performed it. Together with Vladimir Mikhailovich Bekhterev, they conducted more than 1,000 experiments of this kind, and as a result they realized that this was not an accident, but rather a pattern. Obviously, the researchers encountered a phenomenon not of verbal suggestion, but rather telepathic one, which is a form of influence achieved through the transmission of mental images from the hypnotist to the animal, meaning he didn't voice commands like sit, down, fetch the ball, etc., nor did he show what was supposed to be done. Instead, he simply concentrated on the mental image of the desired outcome while looking into the animal's eyes, and the animal did it. This raises the question: what type of energy transferred the image of the action from the trainer's mind to the animal's consciousness, and what physical structures in its brain perceived it? It is possible to answer this question only if we consider consciousness as an information field structure, which is not produced by the brain, but rather interacts with it. Instrumental studies of people's brains at different stages of hypnotic trance show that it is a narrow state of consciousness with the utmost focus on the suggester and the content of suggestion. The neuronal activity in brain areas associated with critical thinking, control of emotions, motivational drives, executive control, control of behavior, decision-making, self-analysis, and self-awareness is sharply reduced. According to a group of neuroscientists from Stanford University, the result is that the hypnotized person is not aware of his or her own actions. The person literally turns into a weak-willed puppet, which obediently carries out the most ridiculous orders of the hypnotist. It is a gruesome and disgusting spectacle. In 2000, Stefan Kaslin, a psychology professor at Harvard University, studied brain activation when people in a hypnotic trance were shown a colored slide and were led to believe that it was black and white. The scientist was surprised to observe how color perception changed in these people
due to the deactivation of neurons in the occipital area of the brain associated with color recognition, which couldn't be induced in the waking state. In 2012, William McGowan from Hull University revisited the protocol proposed by Stephen Coslin and, using functional magnetic resonance imaging, fMRI, demonstrated that a hypnotized person could see a blue tomato, red grass or purple snow. Scans show different patterns of neuronal activation between imagining something and actually perceiving the same thing, although about two-thirds of the activated brain areas coincide. However, under hypnosis, we get a third variant. A person doesn't see or imagine anything, but his brain reacts according to the hypnotist's suggestions. In other words, neurons behave as if the situation were real, not like in the person's own imagination. But there is no real situation, there is only an image of the situation imposed by the hypnotist. Research into hypnotic age regression is of great interest. Wilfred Dimpfel and Vladimir Leonidovich Rykov observed the emergence of slow-wave activity on the electroencephalogram, typical for a 6-month-old child, when suggesting a newborn state to adults. In a recent study conducted in 2021, a team of scientists from Telkki University, Finland, discovered that the way the brain processes information changes significantly during hypnosis compared to the natural waking state. During hypnosis, the brain enters a state in which the individual brain areas function in isolation from each other, leading to impaired information exchange, coherence and integration between them. It is worth noting that the slowing down of brain waves to the alpha, theta and delta frequency ranges occurs only during the initial stage of induction or immersion into hypnosis. Subsequently, the encephalogram, which is in normal sleep, is characterized by slowing down of rhythm, the so-called cortical inhibition, associated with the silencing and eventual disabling of consciousness, exhibits rapid activity, beta rhythm, during hypnosis, resembling the wakeful state. This means that the person's body is awake, but his personality is temporarily removed from control. He acts, experiences emotions, communicates, but is completely unaware of himself. Everything he does is not done by his own choice, but according to the suggestion of the hypnotist. The above-mentioned facts clearly show that the human body is only a machine, which is controlled by the personality with the help of consciousness. In the case of hypnosis, the driver, meaning personality, as if voluntarily takes a seat in the back seat, and the self of the suggester takes control of the car with the help of his consciousness. What is the danger to the individual? What are the consequences for his mental health and development of personality? The results of instrumental studies of the brain undeniably highlight the destructiveness and danger of hypnotic techniques. Consider the following. Under hypnosis, people lose the ability to think critically, self-analyze and control consciousness, thoughts, emotions, urges and behavior. He is more prone to rash, impulsive decisions and actions under the influence of momentary emotions and desires. Clinical studies show a spike in aggression, suicidal thoughts and behavior after hypnosis sessions, while in borderline and psychotic patients, its use leads to exacerbations and breakdowns. What does it mean, the narrow state of consciousness and a disintegrated brain? That is the impaired exchange of information between brain structures. It means the inability to think, comprehend and learn, let alone create. Some may argue that under hypnosis people discovered talents and improved their skills. But where did they vanish after the sessions? I haven't heard of hypnotherapy becoming a conveyor belt of geniuses, but rather of passive, lazy people who will not lift a finger to develop themselves. It's important to understand that if we repeat something, it means we are learning it. And what does hypnosis teach? To be suggestible, submissive, dependent, susceptible to external influence, easily manipulated by authority figures. It teaches to shift responsibility for one's own life, actions, decisions, and moods to others, and to give up at the first sign of difficulty. This is a technology for creating easily controllable crowd, slavish self-consciousness and a victim mentality. And if this weren't the case, the media, social media, and advertising wouldn't be so saturated with suggestive techniques and content. And the saddest thing is that it's nearly impossible to explain to such people that they are under the influence of someone else's opinion or false information. Their self-consciousness is so blurred that they mistake impulse judgments and conclusions for their own thoughts. Instrumental studies of the brains of people who practice meditation show a completely different picture, received by methods of electroencephalography and neuroimaging with the help of positron emission tomography (PET) and magnetic resonance imaging (MRI). In scientific publications, two common types of meditation are often distinguished: mindfulness meditation and unidirectional focusing, or concentration meditation. A simple and widely known concentration meditation is autogenic training. Research has revealed the activation of neurons in brain structures and neural networks associated with concentration, emotional regulation, self-observation, self-awareness, and the ability to redirect attention when distracted. Conversely, in the emotional areas of the brain, as well as in the areas associated with passive mental associations and memories, known as passive brain network, there was a decrease in neural activity. As you can see, the pattern is exactly the opposite to the one observed during hypnosis. There have been literal changes in the brain of people who practice meditation for a long time. The number of connections between neurons and layers of neurons increased within the areas related to focus of attention, emotional regulation, conscious choice, in the insula, an area of the brain associated with ethical feelings of compassion, sympathy and empathy, and the hippocampus, a structure associated with memory. However, the volume of the amygdala, a structure associated with stress-related emotions, decreased. Electroencephalographic studies have demonstrated that meditation is an altered state of consciousness, which is exceptionally beneficial to the individual. At the beginning of meditation, alpha waves, which is the leading rhythm responsible for the state of calm wakefulness during meditation, predominate, spreading from the occipital to the frontal regions of the brain. And then the slow waves in the theta and delta ranges become more pronounced, which means the meditative state deepens and the positive feelings emerge. In the normal waking state, the brain is poorly coordinated, with biorhythms displaying a chaotic, mixed, disjoint pattern of different frequency waves. During meditation, there is an unusual uniformity of all kinds of brain waves. This uniformity of frequencies and amplitudes extends across all points of the brain. First of all, alpha and theta waves begin to work in sync, and then coherence, interrelation appears in other wave ranges of frequencies. As a result, information exchange between hemispheres in different areas of the brain improves. Neurophysiologists have identified three forms of integration during meditation: between the right and the left hemispheres, the occipital and frontal lobes, superficial and deep areas of the brain. Interestingly, the coordinated work of the brain was preserved not only during daily meditation exercises, but also in daily activities. The results of these studies demonstrate the ability of a person, by his own choice, to focus his attention on certain internal processes and change the state of consciousness, to manage his internal state and regulate his emotions, leading to a state of deep inner peace, detached observation, and complete clarity. A person feels rested, full of energy. It is much easier for him to concentrate for a long time on any tasks during studying, work, or creating something, to work with large volumes of information, and, most importantly, the person learns to consciously form his attitude to anything, rather than reacting automatically. Even such a simple technique as autogenic training allows a person to relax completely and deeply, to concentrate on a single process and to detach oneself from the continuous flow of thoughts. And when a person in such a state gives oneself mental orders of self-suggestion, it does affect the work of the autonomic nervous system and consequently the physiology of the body. In the video, you can see a university student who has learned how to bring her body into a state of catalepsy. and she's now performing a cataleptic bridge, hovering between two chairs, supported only by the back of her head and heels. With this muscle tone, the body can withstand great exertion. In the next episode, a man pierces his hand with a medical needle, having previously anesthetized it with a mental order. And now, with the help of the thermometer, he demonstrates the decrease in the temperature in his own hand. We can see the temperature of the thermometer drop rapidly when he holds it in his colder hand and rise when transferring it to his palm with a normal body temperature. Scientific literature describes the case of Jack Swartz, a Dutchman who practiced meditation. When he pierced his biceps with a long, unsterilized needle in a scientific laboratory, he experienced no pain, blood, or infection, and his brain's electrical activity, assessed with an EEG machine, suddenly dropped to the alpha range, which means he was completely relaxed and calm, practically in meditation. These examples clearly demonstrate that humans can learn to control their minds and bodies as tools by focusing attention and even change functions that are considered to be beyond arbitrary control. This fact challenges materialistic theories claiming that the brain creates the meditative experience. We observe a different sequence, how meditation is reflected in the brain at different stages, and how the brain participates in this process. While hypnosis leads to weakening of the personality and a decrease in control over the work of consciousness, during meditation, on the contrary, personality becomes stronger and develops important skills to organize the work of consciousness and to unlock its full intellectual and creative potential. Both the data of instrumental studies and the experience of practitioners prove that, first of all, a person learns to be the observer, a state of quiet, detached observation of the manifestations and content of consciousness, thoughts, emotions, sensations, desires, etc., without getting involved in this flow. Next, a person develops the skill of concentrating and focusing on certain internal processes, as well as the ability to ignore and not be distracted by other thoughts, sensations, external noises, and other stimuli. By means of observation, long concentration, and mental self-induced commands, the meditator organizes the work of his consciousness according to the objectives of the meditation he is performing. As a result, his brain and consciousness begin to work in the optimum mode, productively, purposefully, with a high speed of information processing, and work on several tasks simultaneously. This state facilitates the emergence of creative ideas and extraordinary solutions, unveiling talents and abilities previously unknown to the person. What happens in the brain during spiritual practice and prayer? An attempt to answer this question led neuroscientists to unexpected results. The picture of neural activity in brain waves was different from what they were used to seeing during meditation. The main reason was that spiritual states and experiences were not a mental phenomenon as well as an emotional one. Professor Valery Borisovich Slezin, head of the psychophysiology laboratory of the Vladimir Mikhailovich Bekhterev Psychoneurological Institute in St. Petersburg, examined Orthodox priests and monks during prayer using the EEG, electroencephalography, method. He found in some of them this effect was most often observed in young novices, in full consciousness in the state of prayer, complete disconnection of the cerebral cortex. Only delta rhythm, up to 4 Hz, was registered. Thinking activity was completely absent. This rhythm is observed in infants and adults in the slow wave phase of sleep. That is, a person was sitting and praying, but there were no electrical impulses in his brain, indicating the active work of the cerebral cortex. Valery Borisovich Slezin called this phenomenon the fourth state of consciousness, turning to God, complete detachment from the earthly. At the same time, the praying person could at any moment move to the social level of functioning, open his eyes and begin to communicate with others. At this moment, the alpha rhythm began to grow in his brain. Many neuroscientists, Professor Andrew Nuremberg, and research teams from the University of Missouri in 2012 and from Columbia University and Yale University in 2015 obtained similar results when they studied brain changes in representatives of different religious denominations during spiritual states using neuroimaging techniques, CT and MRI. Spiritual states meant the experience of detachment from the body and perception of the external world, detachment from all problems related to everyday life and the feeling of unity with a higher spiritual world, with God, the Creator, which goes beyond the usual self-consciousness. The researchers found that during prayer activity in the frontal and prefrontal cortex increased, which was associated with concentration and focus, and activity in the parietal lobe decreased, which is responsible for bodily self-identification and spatial and temporal orientation. Reduced activity in this area indicates that the person was really losing connection with the body, with a habitual earthly reality, and was going outside of it. Activity also decreased in subcortical structures connected with emotional estimation and perception. This means that events of the external world had no emotional significance for the person in the spiritual state, were hardly perceived by him, and were not evaluated, respectively, could not cause stress. But that's not all. The parietal area, in particular the right parietal lobe, is associated with self-focus, self-reference, delineation of the self and others. By the way, in meditation we observe an increase of activation in this area. During spiritual practice, on the contrary, there is a decrease of neural activity in this area. Decreased functioning of the right parietal lobe indicates a decrease in self-focus, that is self-giving, self-denial. In other words, a person forgot about his body and discarded his habitual earthly self, image of self, ego, as an unnecessary husk, and dissolved in that higher spiritual essence with which he felt connection and unity, which he so loved and aspired to. Thanks to all these observations, scientists have encountered manifestations of the spiritual component of the human being, the true personality, the higher self, which goes far beyond both body and consciousness. What is man capable of in these higher spiritual states of sincere love and dedication? You can find many examples preserved in history. It was this love and power of the spirit that made it possible for a pilot carrying children to safety during the war to fly and land a burning plane safely, even when his hands and feet were burnt to the bone and his glasses were melted into his face. He continued to fly the plane and did not lose consciousness. Here is another example from the history of the Knights Templar, well described even by the inquisitors themselves. It is known that the members of the order lived under strict discipline and engaged in spiritual self-improvement, regularly performing spiritual practices and meditations. During the persecutions and arrests, many of them were brutally tortured and executed because they refused to sign false accusations and slander the order and their brothers, that is, to commit treason. I will read out an extract from a book that describes the events of those years. Only 4 knights were able to come off this meat grinder with honor. They were interrogated and interrogated with torture, but none of the knights ever confessed. It was these 4 that showed their tormentors what a true knight of the temple was. These men were able to defeat a pack of royal lawmen. Their courage brought confusion into the ranks of the inquisitors. The inquisitor's confession. You know, Guillaume, he said without looking at Denegara, he behaved like a saint. At the end of the interrogation, when we exceeded the prescribed hour of torture, and in order to pull a confession, we decided to see the heretic's heels a little. He looked at me in such a way, I recall we chained him in the stocks, greased his soles with fat, and set them on fire. I saw, Guillaume, you see, I saw it myself, how the skin blistered and started to burst. Yet he didn't even lose consciousness. He didn't utter a single sound or cry, even though he had been hanging on the rack for a whole hour before that. He just looked us all in the eye. And I became scared, Guillaume, you know, scared. Scared and ashamed. And they lay exhausted, each in his own cell, on rotten straw. The brothers were so weakened that they couldn't even drink the putrid water from a wooden bowl brought by the jailers. Rats greedily devoured the stale bread beside the wooden bowl. When each of the 4 martyred knights was finally able to regain senses, fellow prisoners who were spies were sent to them. The Inquisition hoped to break the resistance of the unfortunate ones by having the false cellmates reveal in confidential conversation that the master himself had made a sincere confession. They would say, "Your persistence is pointless. The entire system has collapsed and no one is responsible for you anymore. Save yourselves if you can." But the system could do nothing with the 4 free men who didn't care whether the master had betrayed them or not. It didn't matter who and for what reasons couldn't withstand the torment, but they continued to defend their temple, astonishing people and God with their heroic deeds. They showed that the system is not all-powerful, that the system breaks and cracks like a weakened wheel when it encounters a knight who in his youth made his final choice of which world to live in and which not to. One of the side effects of spiritual development is the ability to have complete control over one's consciousness and body. Such cases are not isolated and can be found in almost every corner of the world where people have embraced true knowledge for self-improvement, brought into this world by prophets and messengers from the spiritual world. Another historical example of incredible self-control and self-mastery can be found in the early days of the emergence of Islam.
In various sources, it is mentioned that during one of the battles, Ali ibn Abi Talib was struck by an arrow in his leg. The arrowhead got lodged between his bones. No matter how much effort was exerted to remove the arrow from his leg, the attempts were unsuccessful. Removing the arrow would require cutting through the skin, muscles, and breaking the bone. His close relatives suggested waiting for the time of prayer and, when he would begin his namaz, they should remove the arrow from his leg. During namaz, he completely detached himself from his surroundings. They waited until he performed the obligatory prayer and started the recommended prayer. A healer approached him, spread apart his muscles and bone, and extracted the arrow while Ali continued to pray. After he recited the greetings and completed the prayer, he said that the pain in his leg had diminished. They told him that he was in such a state that he did not notice anything around him. He replied that if during those moments when he converses with Allah, the world were to turn upside down or a sharp dagger were to pierce him, the pleasure of conversing with Allah would not let him feel the pain. One of the most important characteristics of Ali ibn Abi Talib that distinguished him from many other Muslims was his love for worshipping Allah. According to eyewitnesses' accounts, Ali ibn Abi Talib was the most devout person in worship and religious rituals. He performed namaz more than anyone else and observed fasting more than anyone else. People learned from him how to perform night namazes, which zikrs to recite and what other desirable deeds to engage in. Ali ibn Abi Talib performed all his acts of worship with utmost sincerity, completely devoting himself to the worship of Allah. His entire essence during that time was directed towards Allah, and he ceased to pay attention to what was happening around him. Namaz in Islam is a pillar of religion. A person performing namaz completely focuses his attention and love on the object of his worship, that is Allah. All his thoughts and aspirations are limited to Allah. Therefore, the eyes, ears, hands and feet of the person performing namaz at this time do not belong to him, but to the object of his worship. Imam Ali possessed a faith that was based on true, complete and perfect knowledge. For him, namaz was not a mere worship, but an encounter with Allah. He regarded the performance of namaz as a visit to the object of his worship. He contemplated Allah with his inner sight and saw His absolute perfection. He forgot about himself and the world around him. He was free from everything that was not highlighted in Allah color. During the performance of namaz, the spiritual state of the prophets, imams, and righteous individuals close to Allah is not always the same. Sometimes, while fully concentrating their hearts and thoughts on namaz, they also remain aware of what is happening around them,
In other words, they did not fall into ignorance of this. If something happens during their namaz, they would react to it, but sometimes they would completely immerse themselves in the divine world, not noticing or seeing anything except the perfect and pure essence of Allah. They would pay no attention to what is happening around them during that time. They would even stop noticing their own bodies, as if their external sensory organs, through which they had a connection with the material world, ceased to function. During that time, only the senses that connected them to the spiritual world were active. The extraction of the arrow from Imam Ali's leg during his prostration occurred precisely when he was in this elevated spiritual state. From the perspective of materialistic concepts of any kind and content, it is absolutely impossible to understand and explain such phenomena. However, what we can clearly see for ourselves is that these examples indicate to us that the human being, in their essence, can be the instrument through which one can know God. And the most important aspect of this process is the sincere love of the human being for God. Only then does a marvelous transformation occur within the person, which opens up an entirely different view of this world and of oneself, of one's true spiritual essence. Not only the materialistic dogma in neuroscience is completely unfounded and does not provide any answers, hiding behind the criticality and objectivity of its approach, but it also denies and ignores all phenomena and facts that can refute its main ideological premise. On the principle of promissory materialism, according to Karl Popper, this principle can be stated as follows. Yes, we currently have no evidence, we do not understand how consciousness and self-awareness arise in the brain. We have not yet found neurons, neural networks or connections between neurons, the thoughts, memories, desires and feelings, let alone personality and self-awareness. But believe me, all of this is simply the work of the brain. There is no consciousness separate from the brain. There is no observer, no personality, and certainly no spiritual nature and spiritual experience. There is no higher purpose and meaning in life. The whole meaning lies in survival and adaptation. In time, new facts and technologies will emerge through which we will be able to prove this to you. The materialistic approach leads to the dehumanization of the human being, reducing them to a lower animal existence. It grants power to the privileged few who finance and promote the development of science in such a materialistic paradigm, allowing them to devalue human life and manipulate people as docile livestock. Materialistic principles deny human beings the freedom of choice, deprive them of purpose and meaning in life, moral foundations, and demotivate them in their pursuit of self-improvement and the getting to know the truth. As a result, we have witnessed an exponential increase in mental disorders over the past few decades. Any scientist who dares to present facts and conduct research that may challenge the materialistic foundations and question the principle of promise in materialism is immediately expelled from the scientific community and subjected to baseless criticism. All their studies will be labeled as pseudoscience, and their scientific endeavors will be undermined. Persecution of dissenters is a hallmark of dogma, not of genuine knowledge. This is not science, it is ideology, and this state of affairs has been hindering the progress of science for over a century.
Thank you, Tatiana, and all the scientists who have shared their research with us. Spiritual development of a person is not so much a trick to control one's body and mind. These effects are a byproduct of spiritual development. The purpose of spiritual development is to cultivate the power of love and gratitude to God, to control and explore one's consciousness, and to help people as much as possible. This is what was told in the original knowledge, on the basis of which all religions were formed.
Dear viewers, we have come to the end of today's episode. Thank you for your attention and support. We also thank all the speakers, the technical support team, interpreters, editors, designers, and all those who have contributed to today's broadcast. Today we are once again broadcasting on many media platforms, and these broadcasts are being interpreted into 18 languages of the world. Send your comments to our official email address info@allatra.tv or write them below the video. Thanks in advance.
So, what about those brave scientists who dare to explore consciousness and the invisible world? How can they protect themselves? At the end of the broadcast, we invite you to watch a part of the program with the esteemed Igor Mikhailovich Danilov.
When a person simply begins to study his consciousness, it's like a person trying to accumulate love without exploring himself. This is one part, 1 foot. While the second part is when a person tries to study consciousness without a goal. I mean, he has no goal. His goal is just to study consciousness. It's impossible to study consciousness by means of consciousness, friends. But when a person has a goal, and the goal is spiritual salvation, it is gaining spiritual life, eternal life, then the person begins to study consciousness already with a purpose. Although, at the beginning, yes, at the beginning he starts studying his own consciousness by means of his own consciousness. By means of secondary consciousness, he studies the primary one, and by means of primary consciousness, he studies the secondary one. Whereas, at the beginning, he even gets confused, not understanding which consciousness is where, what happens in him, and what is wrong. And that's normal. That's really normal. The first steps to study and observe it are always accompanied by comments from that very consciousness. In other words, demons do not allow you to tear the mask off them at once, and a person should make a lot of effort. There occurs binding to neurons of the brain, an attempt of materialization of our consciousness. This way, consciousness always tries to hide everything somewhere. After all, that very devil always hides in the shadows. He hides where it is difficult to find him. However, I'll say it again. If a person tries to study consciousness just for the sake of studying it, how it works, and what it is, after all, many scientists today are actually trying to explore this subject. What role the brain, other neurons of our body, and many other things play here. But they do so from the position of science. Without love, without aspiration towards God, then, paradoxically enough, there are only two options. If a person seriously begins to study his consciousness, I emphasize, without love, without aspiration towards the spiritual world, then the person has the first option, a psychiatric hospital, and the second option is some kind of a religious organization. This is where he will definitely end up if he doesn't stop in time and doesn't stop studying consciousness in time. This has been confirmed by a rather large number of very smart people who studied consciousness, primarily their own one. Yes, it is possible to safely study someone else's consciousness by observing someone to try to tell something to that person. Again, based on observations or those very manipulations, especially if, let's say, a doctor's consciousness is strong, his demon is strong, then he can easily manipulate a weak demon in another person, his patient, and actually achieve quite good therapeutic results, even from the perspective of psychology. But this is merely a superficial acquaintance. There is another option. When one tries to study the work of consciousness, again, through the brain, simple trivial connections between those very neurons which act as a receiver and a transmitter,
merely as a connecting link between consciousness and personality. And our brain, in general, thinks only by means of pictures. There's nothing but pictures there. While what you hear the voice of the devil in your head. That's first and foremost. When thoughts come to you, and notice, they come to you being already unfolded and complete. Even more so, the more you give and invest your attention there, the more it unfolds. You know, it's like an email. It comes and seems to take little space. But when you open it, start reading it closely and thinking hard about it, it gets bigger and broader, with lots of links, redirections, active links. You click them and you are turned to another direction. That's how Shaitan manipulates a human being. Therefore, when you really study consciousness, seriously, you should have a goal. And the goal must be not to explore Shaitan in order to become his master. He will not allow that. He hasn't yet given such power to any mortal. But the goal of a human should actually be to become immortal. This is just one of the stages of understanding that the devil exists. And since the devil exists, so does God. So, it is precisely this understanding of how our consciousness works and how demons manipulate us that makes a person stronger, calmer, and more confident on the spiritual path. This is important, right?
Without love, we are sounding brass.
Absolutely
It is necessary to be a full vessel.
If there is no inner light in us, we are nothing but darkness. Again, it is very important for a person on the spiritual path to really study consciousness, at least to understand, not that the devil exists, that goes without saying. Otherwise, you will not understand that there is God. Yes, you can believe, be aware of that, but you will not know. Actually, a person will be able to study and know that God exists when he acquires, let's say, a response from the spiritual world in his love. When he receives this love, then all doubts disappear. But he has yet to reach this stage. So, an important stage is, again, the study of one's own consciousness. Why is this important? It's important to understand where primary consciousness is and where secondary consciousness is. And the most important thing is where you are, my friend. If you don't come to understand that you are neither primary nor secondary consciousness, then tell me, who will go along the spiritual path? You? The one you don't even know at times who you are? Or primary or secondary consciousness? Who will go instead of you? And there is a question. If it's not you who will go, then where will the devil go? Will he really go to heaven? Is he a donkey to carry you as personality through heaven's gate? He will carry you to hell, where he will boil you in a cauldron and cook a soup of you for himself. Even though it's already an allegory, it is actually literal, and it is worth thinking about.
In other words, without love, a person is either an observer from secondary consciousness or an observer from primary consciousness.
Or an observer from primary consciousness, while he has to rise up and break out of this microsphere to see how he is manipulated by Shaitan. And for that, he needs to realize that he is not consciousness. This is actually very easy. Let's say the spiritual path is easy to traverse for any human. It becomes hard only because of Satan's temptations. But when a human understands how he is manipulated by Shaitan, he becomes free, while only a free human can enter heaven. That's the point.
Self-knowledge is true freedom.
Of course. It is the most valuable knowledge a person can acquire, and the most important experience a person can gain in this world, because behind this knowledge, there is life. This is very important. But if a person is really steadfast and, without limping, on 2 feet, he walks along the road towards life, he will certainly reach it. And by getting filled with this love from the spiritual world, a person will certainly gain life. That's when everything changes. But you have to come to that, friends.